I think that we can start. Okay, good morning. Since all of us are here, so since all of us are here, I would like to welcome you in the beginning, actually, of the first day of a 2-day event, which aims actually to create through you a sustainable community. My name is Nikos Panagiotou. I'm president of DCN Global. And I would like to invite also the other members of the team, Diana and Marianne, actually, to join me. And as I start, actually, okay, some late arrivals are coming, but anyhow, as I told you, it is a more relaxed environment. We actually want to build a sustainable community that it will build upon this meeting, and we will create a network of organizations that will cooperate together. What we are aiming actually through you, it is to launch the DCN Balkan Hub that will be an organization that it will bring together all of you, your work, actually your experience and your enthusiasm, because this is what we are mostly interested for. I would like to pass the floor before I continue to Marianne and Diana.
Hi everyone, thank you for joining us. As you probably know, DCN is a community of more than 14,000 digital professionals from a variety of backgrounds. We launched in 2016. It was an outcome of a US exchange program funded by State Department. The first people decided that all the threats in the digital space are super complicated in order to be solved only by journalists, let's say. So they created DCN. All these years we try to expand, we try to connect people, we try to work with as many people as possible in order to find solutions, in order to connect people, to work together, to collaborate. We are more than happy that we launched our regional chapters after Europe, in Latin America, in Africa, in East Asia and the Pacific. Our next step of growth is the hubs. The hubs will work as digital spaces, as incubators, as accelerators, because the next step is you, your projects, your ideas, and your energy and power to change the world.
Hi everyone. So basically we're not reinventing the wheel. It's just we want to put as many bright minds from the region in the same room and see what happens. And we know that usually it happens that you can come up with project ideas together. You can collaborate in your own projects in the future, and just create a bigger network of people who are changing the world and the region, especially for the better. So please use these days as a nest of collaborations and ideas. And who knows, if you have an idea together, please reach out to us and see what's going to happen. So thank you so much and enjoy your time here.
Thank you. Okay, don't leave, stay here. Okay. So because actually DCN Global is a team, it's not about persons, it's about we. And most importantly, it's about putting ideas in action. This is why our motto is about putting ideas in action. Let me go through actually what we will discuss and what we'll do today and tomorrow, and why you are here. You are here because of your expertise. You are here because of your commitment. You are here because we actually believe on the importance of this network and the opportunities that it can create for all of us. DCN Global, as Diana and Mariana presented, has the capacity, the means, and the experience to address all these challenges. But above all, what we have managed and our success has been built upon the fact that we actually have managed to engage people from all over the world. We brought together ideas, but we brought about actually, we created a platform through where these ideas can be created and expressed. So what we're going to do, this 2 days is a very practical forum. It aims actually to equip you with skills and work in teams, that these teams will continue their work in the day after. It means that we will actually discuss issues how to use OSINT tools, open source intelligence tools, how actually we can work together through a network, for example, researching a topic, let's say pollution in the Balkans, and through data presentation, etc. Or most importantly, it will be related with various issues that we will develop in the months actually that it will follow up. That's why we brought here specialists on the area, on OSINT, on investigative journalism, in social media, in youth, etc. Having said that, and because as I told you that the aim is very practical, and on the second day you will actually form groups where each group will work on a specific, where it will work in order to achieve a joint project. So you will research a joint project that it will constitute the basis of how we will continue our work from now on. We also have a platform where you can actually project these projects, which is related with Gen Z. Okay. So having said that, I don't know, you want to add something? Okay. Having said that, let us do a speed dating so to get to know each other better. I will pass the microphone to each of you and just state something that the other one you want them to remember. Okay? Something that it will be like a testament of yourself and your work. So I will pass the microphone. I will start from me to Mariana to Diana and then to the rest of the group. So how I want you to remember me, it is that I am professor, but I'm doing the best uso rakia in the region. Okay, Mariana.
I am the communications director of DCN. I love drinking coffees, and I would say that I'm a workaholic.
I'm trying to avoid saying that I'm workaholic now. My name is Diana. I'm a civic activist. I love writing. I love communicating and organizing people and communities.
Hi there, my name is Linas Kyros. I'm from Lithuania, and my passion is to use game-based learning and gamification to fight disinformation.
Hello, my name is Dino Suvasic. I'm a freelance journalist from Slovenia, and I love the Balkans.
Hello, my name is Stefan, and I'm from Serbia, and I'm investigating crime and corruption in Serbia, and I'm also a fact checker, so that's all.
Hi, I'm Denisa. I'm from Romania, and I'm the communication manager for Formapolum, an NGO from Romania, and I like pink and cats.
Hi, my name is Narcissa. I'm from Sarajevo. I like researching. Just give me the topic and I'll find something good.
Hello everyone, my name is Vesna, I'm from Serbia. I'm journalist and I'm social media manager and cat lover.
Hello, my name is Andrija, I'm from Serbia. I'm a journalist covering science news and also I'm a poet. So.
Hello, I'm Mihaela. I'm a former journalist. I'm from Romania. Now I am a press officer and I'm learning German.
Hello, I am Briseida and I am from Albania. I am studying communist crimes and consequences in Albania, so basically it's what I do.
Hello everyone, my name is Sen. I'm from Bulgaria and I consult different companies.
Hello, I'm Alexandra. I'm a journalist. I'm from Romania and I love scuba diving and to write.
Hi, my name is Maria. I'm also from Slovenia, like Dina. I work for a civil organization called Institut 8 Marec, and we're doing a very big campaign on abortion right now.
Hi, I'm Nina. I'm from Montenegro. I'm creator of Feminist Page, and I really like the campaign you're doing right now.
Hi, I'm also Nina. I come from Croatia. I think I'm the best at translating very complicated topics into something simple, and I love vintage clothing.
Hi, I'm Biljana.
And I'm Jelena.
And we are sisters from Bosnia and Herzegovina. You can remember us like this. And we really, really like art.
Hi, I'm Maria Vasilevska from Skopje, North Macedonia. I'm working at BIRN as a project manager, and I'm feeling Sarajevo is my second hometown. Happy to be here.
Hi, my name is Mishu. I'm coming from Bulgaria. I'm a journalist and political scientist, and I love cats.
Hi, I'm Sam. I'm from the United Kingdom. I'm a war crimes investigator, and some of you might have seen my history videos.
Hi, I'm Katja. I'm from Slovenia. I love radio and cats.
Hi, I'm Amra. I'm from Bosnia and Herzegovina. I'm radio host, journalist, and somebody who adores contemporary women festival. That's my baby. And one thing that I want you to remember that I'm from most beautiful town in Bosnia and Herzegovina, Tuzla.
Hi and good morning. My name is Amina. I'm project manager at CPCD. What's interesting about me is that I am a mountain lover and also member of the Mountain Rescue Service.
Hello, I'm Elias Nikes. I'm a member of DCN Global, and I have PR and communication background.
Hi, my name is Matija. I'm from Zagreb, and I'm a journalist covering culture and entertainment.
Hi, my name is Martina from Faculty of Political Science in Zagreb, and my favorite topic to cover is ecology.
Hi, I'm Josipa. I'm from Croatia. I study journalism, and I really hope that someday I will be a radio host.
Hi, I'm Tamara, also from Croatia, studying journalism, and I really would love to be a sport journalist.
Hello everyone, I'm Dubravka. I'm a former journalist and now I'm working for Ministry of Culture and Media in Montenegro, and I love creating a better environment for my ex-co-worker for media.
Hello, I'm Georgia, and I'm not going to repeat after my colleague, but I also like performing music.
Hi, I'm Nina. I'm from Croatia. I'm a journalism student, and I aspire to do investigative documentaries one day, but if not that, then tattooing.
Hi, I'm Mia. I'm also a student of journalism from Zagreb. I'm interested in feminism, civil rights, and ecology.
Hi everyone, my name is Marko. I'm coming from Montenegro. I'm a student of Faculty of Political Science, and I really like reading Dostoevsky or some piece of philosophy. That's for me.
Hello everyone, I'm Lela from Montenegro. I'm legal advisor, and I love spending time with friends and in nature.
Hello, my name is Vjeko. I'm coming from Split. I study communication media there. I'm a radio host, and I love bringing culture back to the youth.
Hello, I'm Spiro. I also, like my colleagues, study communications and media in Split, and I like mountain climbing.
Hello, I'm Gea. I also study communication and media. We come from Split, and in my free time I volunteer for ESN, Erasmus Student Network, as a PR member.
Hello everyone, I'm Sarana, I'm from Romania. I am a journalist / editor of this platform, it's called Gen Z, for young journalism in Central and Eastern Europe. And I also love cats, and I love mountains, and I love music and reading about music. That's all.
Hi, hi. My name is Alexandra. I'm from Romania. I'm a journalist, a fact checker, and I aspire to write about the educational system.
Hi everyone, my name is Beklia. I'm from Albania. I'm a journalist. I'm part of a journalist organization, and during my work here, I'm dedicated to promoting solution journalism.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Erilda. I also come from Albania. I'm here as a digital mentor for one of the HP hubs we have in Berat, in a city like southern Albania. And I've done some research during the free time. I work in tourism as well.
Hello, I am Nancy Dragode from Albania. I am civil society activist and also entrepreneur at the same time, specialized in writing and managing projects for different institutions, and I like and love traveling a lot. Thanks.
Hello everyone, my name is Tamos. I am from Greece. I am a fact checker, a science communicator, and a caffeine addict.
Hi, I'm Andronikos. I'm a fact-checking organization founder, and I really like to read about scientific subjects and generative AI.
So I'm the last one, I think. Yeah. But always. So hi, my name is Spiridula. I'm also from Greece. I am a researcher at Aristotle University, and also I am a co-worker with Andronikos and Stamos. And I really love conspiracy theories.
Okay. So actually, Andronikos, Spiridula, and Stamos will be the first speakers of the panel. Actually, they will open up the space. Just to remind you two things. One, it is that this forum aims actually to build up a sustainable network. So this is why we are really focused on very practical implementing things. So what it will be presented from the speakers today, it will be what you will actually implement tomorrow, okay? And the last part, I would like actually to thank Educational and Exchanges Office of State Department for supporting actually this event, as well as World Learning, and a big applause to our technical team, Anna, Ruben, and Arthur as well, and Sarah that brought you actually here. A big applause, please. Thank you. Okay, Spiridula, come on. Yes.
Hello again, everyone. So, housekeeping first. We have some stuff to present you today, obviously, but I want to stress out that in each and every one of our presentations, the first thing that we stress out is please be rude and interrupt us at any point. Some of the information might not be new to some of you. I think we have 2 fact checkers in the room. I'm so sorry for boring you in advance because some of the stuff might be stuff that you already know. But please feel free to interrupt me at any time. Just raise your hands. It doesn't matter where I am at the presentation, and ask any question that you want. Now, let's see, because we need to coordinate this. Perfect. So, one of the main themes of these 2 days, as you've probably understood already, is transparency. And so we thought we would start by giving you a brief overview of how this concept applies to the field of journalism and fact-checking in the EU level at least, how the community applies these principles in the context of wider collaboration, with a prominent example being the recent EU elections. We will then talk a bit about the open access tools that we all have available, how the concept of transparency affects the work done by NGOs and media organizations, along with some real-life examples. And the last part will be an overview of all available tools and practices you can utilize to your work. Now, first things first, fact-checking is nothing new. It's a standard practice in journalism, and many newspapers in the past actually had teams of fact-checkers to go through articles for potential factual inaccuracies or to double-check sources, amongst other things. The problem is that given the fast-paced way journalism moves in the internet and social media era, the idea of taking more time to fact-check articles before publication became a big problem for media, and time became a higher priority than accuracy, with obvious problems as a result. And this is not to pass the blame on news media alone, as there are. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I had a problem. Yeah, as I said, the problem is not with media alone, as this is a prominent trend from 2009 onwards, is that people are seeking convenience and speed in the information they consume. And in order to compete in this market with those two prerequisites, sometimes facts do actually take a backseat. All of this is to say that fact-checking was bound to become a separate field eventually in this landscape, since news media are now in a loop of fast journalism mode. So the two were not exactly compatible. Of course, there are media organizations that employ a model called slow journalism, meaning that journalists actually take time to properly source and check the information they publish. But these are most of the time small organizations that publish large investigations. We're not talking about day-to-day news. And this brings us to the role of fact-checking and how the field works. And this is where I'm going to bore the fact-checkers in the room. Given the rise of misinformation and disinformation narratives online, especially in social media, we saw a steady increase in new fact-checking teams that came to the forefront. And this creates the problem, as you can see in the title, who checks the people who check the news. So in order for a fact-checking organization to be considered credible, or to at least be considered professional, they need to pass a very thorough process of accreditation, and this is done by two entities at this point. The one is the International Fact-Checking Network, which is an international entity covering fact-checkers from all around the world. And the second one, which is a bit more new, is the European Fact-Checking Standards Network. This covers fact-checkers solely in the EU area. As I said, both of these entities do a very thorough check in various aspects of how a fact-checking team operates, from operational management to financial and political transparency to transparency of sources and methodology, and to understand the extent of the requirements, barring certain exceptions, certain specific cases. All organizations need to have a list, public list on their website of who exercises editorial control, who owns the company or the NGO, whatever the legal framework of the team might be, which are the sources of income, the specific amount and the sources, and the expenses. And as far as I know, up until very recently, and at least in Greece, which is my country and I happen to know, this requirement is only being applied by fact-checking organizations. This level of transparency is not applied by news media. And I say up until this point because this will change in the coming months, years, depending on when this legislation will take effect, with the Journalist Protection Act. It's a new EU directive which was passed this year, I think. And apart from mandating protections from disclosing sources and ensuring protection from journalists being targeted by spyware, which was a very prominent thing this year, it will also mandate that every news organization will be required to have publicly available, at least the information about who owns the company. It's not as extensive as what fact checkers are required to disclose on their website, but it is certainly a step in the right direction. Now, as a final chapter in our introduction, I wanted to showcase how these principles are being practiced, especially in the context of a larger project like the EU elections. These types of events are usually a lightning rod for disinformation campaigns, along with national elections, of course. So in 2023, the European Digital Media Observatory, which is an EU-funded entity that brings together fact-checkers, researchers, and NGOs together to research and find ways to analyze and combat misinformation, they created a task force that the point of which was to examine narratives that were circulating news media and social media regarding the EU elections. This project now started quite early, since we wanted to examine signs of these types of campaigns in the early stages. And well, since 2023, there were a lot of national elections. It proved a very good source of information about which anti-EU narratives we could see propagated in 2024. This team produced 2 publicly available reports, as you can see. One was about the early insights we saw in the 2023 national elections, and the other one was published close to the elections and contained more information about which narratives were most prominent, along with suggestions the task force had about dealing with this problem. Also, a few months before the elections, we started publishing weekly reports with the information narratives that were most prominent each week, and what narratives we could potentially see in the weeks, in the following weeks, to alert both our colleagues and the public about what they should look for, and of course to alert the EU Commission about which narratives they could target the EU and the election specifically. The subject matter that we saw was quite extensive, but the majority of the topics were focused on targeting the EU as an authoritarian entity, which imposes laws in the member states and interferes directly with their internal policies. And we saw an uptick in disinformation narratives about the LGBTQ+ community, about refugees, especially in the context of the Ukraine war, and of course claims involving direct involvement of the EU in the war against Russia. Yeah, and another significant outcome of the measures that were taken to prepare for the EU elections and the transparency of the information exchanged by the EU fact-checking community was the identification of the activities of a Russian network of websites called Pravda that were engaged in systematic disinformation campaigns against the EU and the elections. The network actually set up identical websites in almost every member state of the EU with different languages. Basically, what they did was take articles from one language and auto-translate them in all the other websites that they owned. And this pattern of behavior was first identified by a French organization, and then subsequently it was analyzed by the European Digital Media Observatory, which showed that they extended their practices all over the EU. The other threat that we will expand on later today and tomorrow is how generative AI can play a significant role in amplifying these narratives and making them even harder to identify and debunk. Fortunately, even though we were expecting a very big surge of AI disinformation in the context of the EU, we didn't see it, but that does not mean this threat has passed. It's very possible that we will see more systematic and organized campaigns utilizing AI tools. The reasons this didn't happen are theorized. It probably has to do with access to these advanced tools by the public, but this is something that will be expanded upon by Andronikos later. And with this, I will leave the floor to my colleague, which Pedro.
So now we are focused on importance of transparency and accountability, which are vital for building and maintaining public trust and also enhance their credibility. This transparency reassures the public that the organization operates with genuine intentions and ethical standards. Transparent organizations actively engage their stakeholders, including donors, beneficiaries, and the general public, fostering a collaborative environment and ensuring accountability in resource allocation. By maintaining high integrity, these organizations can attract supporters who value and want to be associated with reputable entities. Moreover, transparency and accountability are powerful tools for advocacy. NGOs and journalists can leverage verified information and evidence to hold governments and authorities accountable for their actions and decisions. This accountability can lead to policy changes, legal actions, and other measures that promote justice and human rights. Transparent organizations engage their stakeholders, including donors, beneficiaries, and the general public, and fosters a collaborative environment and accountability in resource allocation. Transparent and accountable practices reflect an organization's commitment to ethical standards. This commitment can attract dedicated staff, volunteers and supporters who value integrity and want to be associated with reputable organizations. Moreover, NGOs and journalists can use verified, OSINT tools can be used in order for advocacy. NGOs and journalists can use verified information and evidence to hold governments for their actions. When NGOs and media organizations share their finds, they equip the public with the knowledge needed to address issues and advocate for change. Providing clear evidence and sources for claims solidifies the reputation of NGOs and journalists as reliable sources, which is really crucial, especially in the age of misinformation. Additionally, holding governments there is an issue with this. Okay, no. And also, you know, what can we do in order to enhance the transparency in NGO media? We should provide public we should provide the public to have access to the data that we use in our reports. We should also reporting the practices that we conduct, and also provide them with detailed financial reports. Now, moving on to understanding the role of OSINT in NGO work. This lies in several key aspects. OSINT tools are often free or low cost, making them accessible for NGOs with a limited budget. These tools allow NGOs and media to gather information globally, providing insights that may be challenging to obtain through traditional methods. Also, OSINT provides access to real-time information, enabling rapid responses to emerging issues and crises. OSINT aids in verifying information, ensuring the accuracy and credibility of reports and the claims. Among others, OSINT tools can be used to gather evidence concerning human rights violations, conflict monitoring, environmental issues, the abuse of power from governmental institutions or other organizations, and for financial crimes. Now I will briefly provide you some case studies where OSINT tools were used in order to conduct OSINT investigations. I will give you some detailed information concerning Transparency International, the NGO, and investigative journalism organizations such as Balkan and ProPublica. Transparency International Corruption Perception Index is a well-known tool that uses publicly available data to measure perceived levels of public sector corruption in countries around the world. So what they use public opinion surveys, expert assessments, and data from international organizations. The CPI has become a benchmark for understanding and addressing corruption globally. Moving on to Bellingcat. Bellingcat has conducted extensive investigations into chemical attacks in Syria using OSINT to gather and analyze evidence. So what did they do? They analyzed videos and images that were posted online on social media. They geolocated and verified the sites where the attacks took place, and cross-referencing witness accounts and reports. ProPublica investigated the American Red Cross response to the 2010 Haiti earthquake, uncovering mismanagement and failures in their relief efforts. What data they collect? They analyzed public available financial records and donor reports. They interview members of the Red Cross staff and volunteers, and cross-referencing reports from other NGOs and humanitarian organizations. Now my colleague Andronikos will discuss further concerning the open source intelligence.
Hi. So I will try to cover the more practical aspects of OSINT. And first of all, you can see a short summary of the sources, which we call open source intelligence. I would also like to clarify that there are two parts in OSINT. At least we as fact-checkers try to separate the claims from the evidence we collect. So you can see social media as the second bullet. We mostly use social media to collect claims, not to verify. But each of these sources can also be used for evidence. For example, in social media, perhaps you can find an image that is not available in any official repository of well-known media, let's say. So summarizing again, we have professional reporting, which can be articles or media repositories, social media and blogs, which I put together because everybody can make a website nowadays. It's not much different from social media. And we have websites, meaning more formal pages of a company and organization, which can have official records on that organization. And databases, which is a very general description, meaning a statistical authority, let's say, of a country, like Eurostat for the European Union. It can mean an aggregator of statistics, which we will see a bit later. And then another big category is called literature, which I have summarized as scientific and grey. Scientific is the most formal literature, as we call in general peer-reviewed, which means that other scientists have verified the work being done. But there is also the term grey literature, because it can be a report that is less official, less scientific, let's say, in its making. Now, all of these sources can be used in a very flexible way. They can correspond with each other. They can complement an organization. So a researcher has to be very open-minded in how they will use them to build a case. There is not a single guide, let's say, on how to do these investigations. I have a few examples for the categories. In this case, we had to make an investigation of a specific photo, which was being claimed that it showed ships entering waters that would signify a very large development in war. So we had to find out where was this photo originally from, And very easily, with the tools that I will show next, we found out that it was like a few years before, and it was like a parade, you know, like a ceremony, not any war-making activity. So this is an example of using press releases and official photos to verify a narrative. Next, we have a very common analysis we do on social media, as I said, because many times we are not able to find the original source of what we are looking for. All the tools we are using have limitations. So many times we can just debunk a claim, even though we can have the 100% of the picture. In this case, there was an explosion in a hospital, which was being claimed to be from the most recent Gaza war. Easily, we could find, let's say, a more original version of the video, and looking at it very closely, we could see that it was from 2016, so it was an older video. So many times it's not just about finding the origin of a video, but also finding a better version of it. In this case, the original video was cropped with the aim to conceal the information, this date, which is visible when you find a better version of the video. Another example, as I said, are official pages. So here I have the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation frequently asked questions, because it is one of the most common target of conspiracy theories, let's say, in the globe. And many cases, they attribute like official statements to the foundation or Bill Gates himself. So at least in these cases, it's the most easy thing to debunk, because if they claim, let's say, that Bill Gates advocated for microchips, you could, in many cases, find like a direct refutation of such claims in a fact page. In more advanced investigations, you can use these pages to trace the whole history, let's say, of an organization, their funding, when there is enough transparency, etc. As I said, there are also databases. A very helpful example, which we will see more tomorrow, is our World in Data. It's an aggregator of many different statistics from authorities all over the globe, which also has great visualizations, especially in the pandemic, which was like a very hectic period for our work as fact-checkers. We needed to have direct access to data from all around the globe. This page was extremely useful, and it's also very versatile. It continuously gets new data, it continuously gets new sections. So this is an example of how it could be used. And as I said, we have the literature in general. This is an example of a network of how different publications in the literature are connected. So let's say this case is about a vaccine for cancer. In the following years, we will hopefully have some effective vaccines for certain cancers. But even for that very important matter, there is very worrying misinformation. So in this case, we would like to have a view, let's say a bird's eye view, preferably of the literature, to be able to understand the whole subject. There is a tool so that can make a network of different papers to help us map out how the knowledge on this field is built. Another very important category, arguably the most important category, especially for us experienced investigators, are knowledge aggregators, which practically the primary example is Wikipedia. Perhaps we have all heard of it in our day-to-day. I would like to clarify how we really use it in especially schools, at least from my experience. It was very panned. It was not considered a valid source. It was considered like kind of a poor investigation for some student to cite it. Actually, from our real-world experience and studies, as I also have a citation to like a page of Wikipedia about its reliability, which can seem kind of ironic, but it's a very good page, you can read it. You have to know how it works. It's not a source by itself. It's one like of the main tenets of Wikipedia. It's a collection of the most reliable sources. There are a very, very wide, let's say, guide of the rules and the tenets of Wikipedia. And a very important one is that you only use reliable sources. You don't try to mix them together to make a claim of your own from it. You have to take something as it is from these pages. You have to corroborate. So it builds a very good network in many cases of difficult and hard to comprehensively examine subjects. Even if you can find a very good articles from, let's say, the New York Times, it's very hard to get a bird's eye view picture of the subject. Now, Wikipedia can't always do that. Each article is kind of different. And that's what I also wanted to show here. Each article has some indicators that have been put by the community, which we should always be in the lookout for. So in the first example, on the top of the page, we can see some classical issues that have been noted on the paper, which the first one here is relies excessively on references to primary sources. A basic tenet of Wikipedia is to have, as much as possible, secondary sources which can make a reliable, they can like explain what the primary literature means. It's kind of risky to have people trying to make inferences for themselves. Other articles which you can see on the bottom left have an indicator of just good articles, which is, in this case, the plus symbol in a green circle. Articles that have been extensively studied by experts, like the Second World War, let's say, article has this, this sign, which means it has the highest standards. It's an extremely good work in general, that's what it means. And there are also, as we all know, problems of vandalism in Wikipedia, which there have been studies of. There have been studies that try to make vandalism in articles of, for anybody that doesn't know, meaning they have just inserted false information to see how quickly it will be fixed. And in general, especially for high significance articles, they are fixed quite fast. But especially on very controversial cases, somebody has to step up. They can't leave the articles to be edited by anyone. So you can see these indicators, and there are even more, of how much protection this article gets from, let's say, free editing. In some articles, only quite few editors are able to really change them. The other important thing, as I said, about Wikipedia is that it's just a collection of sources. So let's say you have this very difficult subject of war crimes in the recent war. It's a great resource to just find easily and with a quick description the best sources on the subject. So in this case, we can easily find the UN Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights report for war crimes in this area. But as I also said in the first page, they are the start, not the end of any serious investigation, because more infrequently, but even in well-known articles, there can be misattributions, there can be citations that are not exact to what has been written. In some cases, the community itself has written that we need a citation for this, or that the citation that you put is dubious. So in any case that we use a specific part of Wikipedia, we have to fact-check the citation ourselves. In many cases, especially for very, very quickly developing or difficult scientific subjects, it's not a comprehensive source. It's more like an area to get the ideas of how you approach the subject, of how experts talk about it. But you always have to look for the most up-to-date analysis, reports, and sources on a difficult story you're investigating. So that is a summary. In our day-to-day, it's extremely useful. And I can testify because as a fact checker for like 5 to 6 years, I have seen many conflicts. And even in breaking news, kind of, it's a very good resource to get the most high quality sources. Let's say there is like a terrorist attack. You can bet that in half an hour there will be an article about it with most likely the best sources that are available at the time. It's very impressive really to see what an open community is able to build. In the beginning of Wikipedia, in the 2000s, nobody from the academic community believed it could really work because, as I said before, the academic community works with peer review, which means a very lengthy process of checks and rechecks by experts. Some way, in like 10 years, not from the beginning, Wikipedia managed to kind of replicate that with a very high degree of quality in general and very high speed. Because, as I said, peer review is a very lengthy process. Wikipedia is able to be aided right away. I have also have to note that we have to tell apart which version of Wikipedia we use. So the English language version is by far, there's no question about it, the best one. In our language, Greek, it's like whole levels below that. It's much less reliable and comprehensive. And I would never use it for a serious investigation, except for a very specific national matter where I can't easily locate sources myself. I would only use its sources. I would trust only the English Wikipedia to have like a summary of a subject without checking each and every one of their sources. So that was my summary of Wikipedia, and now I would like to move on to tools, which I believe the basic tools are not that many really. I can show you a much more comprehensive list afterwards, but most speakers probably will refer to kind of the same tools. Before that though, I have to clarify an important subject, because if you go right now to Google and write open source tools, you will get conflicting results, because the coding and developer community has a very different definition about them. As a coder myself as well, I can testify to that. So in general, in programming, we have open source software, which means that its code, to build it, to run it, is completely public, meaning that everybody can make a change. Let's say if a color in a window is red, I can make it blue myself. But more practically, it means I can build features myself. I can make it a whole different product, piece by piece. That means open source in general. Then we have freeware, which doesn't have to be open source. It's just free software. There are a lot of free software. Let's say we use Google. Google search is free, but no means it's open source. No one but Google has, and very few people in Google probably, have access to exactly how it works. So it's free, but not really open in its coding. And lastly, we have commercial software, which is all the other cases of software. Let's say Photoshop, which someone can use to edit pictures. It's quite expensive. It's a commercial software. Now, in our case, we focus on open source intelligence tools, which can be any kind of the three previous categories. It can have open code, it can be a freeware, but it can also be paid. And some very useful tools, regrettably, are commercial. You have to pay for them. But at least in our presentations, we will try to focus on the most free, easily accessible, and easily usable in all computers. So we focus on freeware that is for open source intelligence. It can seem a little analytical, all this, but I thought that I have to clarify, because if you go into Google trying to make sense of that, perhaps you will be confused. So these are the general categories of tools that we use as investigators, especially in fact-checking. There are even more categories, but I try to make as comprehensive list as possible in a single page. And for everybody that is interested for more details, you can have them afterwards. So I will show you examples for each category, but I'm reading them for now. Web search, which can be general. As we all know, Google is the most general possible, but there are also specific search tools for specific tasks. Then we have reverse media search. Media is any kind of file that is either a visual, audio, or audio-visual, just a video. We can try to trace the exact history, let's say. I gave you some examples previously. We can trace the whole history of a media, even if we are not able to trace it to the number one, the first source, we are able to make an investigation out of it. Then we have social media analysis tools, which, as I said before, regrettably, we have mostly commercial solutions. And we have some, let's say, we have made some step backs in certain platforms regarding the completely open and free tools. For example, X, previously Twitter, had a very nice API, which means a way to communicate with the platform to do investigations fast, which regrettably has been made paid, and its premiums are quite high. So one of the main sources for investigations in public, let's say real-world discussions, was cut off from the community. The same for the Reddit API, another community that had real discussions. We will talk more about them tomorrow as well. Then we have archivers, which means web pages that are able to save the current version of a page. It can be very useful, especially in certain hard investigations that sources are beginning to disappear because they may be inconvenient to somebody, or somebody has made a mistake without even meaning it, and they try to fix it up. It's very useful to trace the whole history of a matter, how it developed. And we have geolocation, as I said before, for anyone that doesn't know the term, means finding the exact location with the exact coordinates on the map of where an incident took place. There are many advanced tools and methodologies for that. I'm not an expert on the area, but we will show you some examples. Then we have a very wide area called data analysis and visualization. I showed you before during the pandemic how we used some of the data, but there are really very complex investigations that can be made with a variety of data. I find them very interesting, but it's hard to really get in a lot of details. We will try in the second day again to give you some practical examples of how they work. And we have transcribing then, which is getting more and more needed as videos are flooding really the whole internet. And you can have like 2-hour discussions. How will you be able to analyze them? At least me personally, I'm not able to watch a 2-hour video and really keep the important points of it or pinpoint an exact claim I'm looking for. Especially if you have to do it all day around, it's getting very, very hard. So transcribing, having first to text the video to then analyze is getting much more easy and useful. Yes? Exactly. So I'm very interested in transcribing. I read the news on it every day, and it's getting much better. You can see the latest bullets. It's about modern AI, and it's really the same thing. The modern developments of AI making transcribing much, much better. I will show you a free tool that is able to transcribe in like most of the languages that are used on Earth with a very high accuracy, at least to make sense of what it's been talked about. Now, this specific tool, which I will show you, it's not working 100% of the time because it is made public and it can have very high traffic. But for anybody interested to put it in their own investigations, I can show you a guide of how to make it like work in your own organization by yourself. So for many of you, I believe it will be very important, especially as we said, in more in languages that are not so used all around the world. It's very, very hard to really find something working for that. And as I said, I have the latest category, modern AI, which is generative AI, as we call it more technically. It's a huge area of developments, and they are really starting to transform many areas, and our area of fact-checking as well. I will talk more about them later because it's like a whole, a whole category by themselves. And here I have some examples. As I said before, a simple Google search can be made more, let's say, accurate, more guided, with certain terms that I'm certain will be also presented to you by other speakers these 2 days. You can see that by using the term site, we can search a specific web page. This is very useful when we are like to understand the quality or the biases of a specific source on a subject. Let's say that I'm like uncertain of what this web page, The Blaze, is doing about the pandemic, how it presents itself. Or I saw a specific article that contains misinformation, and I try to verify if it's like its MO, as we call it. It's a methodology that it uses all the time. With these terms, we are able to right away have a quick look of how this page writes about the subject. Then, as I said before, we have more specialized databases. This specific database is being kept by Google. We as fact-checkers are able to send our articles on Google to make a database. Nowadays, not all of them do, because some consider it unpaid work, but it's still one of the best databases to just have a quick search. Here I gave the example Immigrants Italy, but it can be a very specific matter, and you can right away get a series of articles on this subject. Now, again, we have the problem of language. We have to try a lot of terms if this misinformation has been spread in many articles to be able to gather all the fact checks, but it's still a very nice and quite comprehensive database to use. I said also that we have a reverse search. In this case, I show how quickly we can trace the origins of an image. This specific image was used for the narrative that it's an actor that is pretending to be dead in a war context to like propagandize how violent this war is. And we can trace with a tool that we will also show you tomorrow, and perhaps other speakers will show you as well. It's just a right click on Google Chrome to locate quite prominent, at least, sources that are promoting this image. And in many cases, you can see here, where the image has already been fact-checked, you can find very quickly fact checks about this matter. Then we have the next version, which is video search, which is really, videos technically are just a quick collection of images. It's nothing else. So we have a tool just to make this faster for us. You can give it a specific, let's say, Twitter video, and it breaks it in separate images for you to be able to trace them one by one. This is a bit more complex. And we will show you tomorrow practically how this works. Some investigations can take some time, but it has become quite easier than, let's say, 5 years or 10 years ago. Then, regarding social media analysis, as I said, it's regrettable that it's not easy to find a good and public and free source, but here you can see NewsWhip. It's an extremely useful tool to monitor a specific subject. For example, here I have put the term vaccine, and I'm able to monitor Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and many other social media at the same time. And especially these premium tools are able to make very targeted investigations for the matters that you want. They're not just a list of posts, they can also analyze the activity of a page or a network. Then, as I said, archivers, we try to always archive our work as fact-checkers, especially the claims. We want them for the public to really be able to see this page spread that and then made this change. It's very important for us, but we also try to archive everything from our sources, at least every source that is even a little bit uncertain that it will be there like 2, 5, 10 years later. There is a huge problem on the internet called link rot. So if you try to open, let's say, a web page from the 2015, so recent, perhaps half the links will be broken by now. Wikipedia has had also a huge problem with that because it's really full of links. And that's why there is like a tenet to archive everything in Wikipedia as well. Another reason that it can be very useful for tracing certain sources. So in this case, you can see how an article was in the beginning when it was spreading the claim in Greece and how it was fixed after the fact-checking was published. Then, as I said, we have geolocation, trying to trace the exact point that an image or video or any incident really took place. This was a geolocation that we have to make, again, for the recent Gaza war. There was the claim that a senior CNN journalist just made, let's say, a film, really acted that she was in danger, that rockets was exploding over her and that she was ducking for cover, and there were claims that just media playing theatrics. In fact, we managed to trace the exact location that this event took place, and as we will also show tomorrow in our more in-depth presentation, we managed to find the exact pictures of the location, the timing, so try to verify with open information exactly what happened, and of course there were no theatrics, rockets were really exploding. And then regarding data analysis, which is a huge subject, and really it's hard to get in depth in such a quite short conference. It would need like a dedicated conference for how we do it. I can show you a practical example that I had to do like a few weeks back. There was a claim regarding how good the economy in Greece is going, that the wages are rising, that we are getting in the top countries, let's say, in the field. To make a comprehensive comparison, you have to be able to check the trend of each country on the real wages. Because in economics, there is a problem that the everyday wages are not necessarily an indicator of how much we can buy. So I first had to make a real wages metric, which means when we adjust for inflation, how much we can really buy with that money. And then I had to compare all these countries' trends since the earliest time that I could, which here is 2002. And then I had to visualize them to make like a good one look comparison. And here you can see how easily we can trace what is really happening in Greece. When our economic crisis began in 2009, the real wages have been falling and falling and falling. At least when the last data was taken, it was still falling. So the claim as presented was misleading. We can do very nice investigations with visualizations and open source data, and really the sky is the limit because there are so much things to do nowadays. As I said before, transcribing is a very important area. I have a very simple example here, a 2-minute video, but this would really work with a 3-hour discussion. And it's so much better, at least for me, that I work on text. I can't work really hearing a video. So it's extremely useful to not just have the transcription text, but also have the exact timings. This means that this phrase was said between 6 seconds and 11 seconds. It's very useful to be able to pinpoint then exactly when a specific point was made. And I will also show you this tool tomorrow. And as I said, it has a free version, but it also has a kind of free version, a freemium, that you are able to build yourself with a bit of technical work, not a lot of work. And the most impressive matter for me now is the modern AI developments, generative AI, as I said, which is a huge discussion, really, but I will try to summarize. The first thing is that you have to know what you are using. The free version of ChatGPT, which I assume you all know, It was like the #1 tool that got to millions of users, and for a good reason. It was very impressive for some work, but when you get to the level of fact-checking, which means I'm 100% certain for what I'm writing, it was quite unreliable, let's say. In very specialized matters, you couldn't really trust it. But AIs have been getting a lot better. Here I show you the latest version of ChatGPT, which is called 4.0. It is almost as fast as the first 3 version, 3.5, but a lot smarter, especially in scientific and academic matters. Here I show you an example. I present you an example that I'm currently writing an article about. It is a very long piece of post, a text that has gotten hugely viral in Greece, and it claims to debunk how useful and show how polluting the green power sources really are. ChatGPT in this case is a very good beginning of the investigation to break down which claims are in this post and to get some ideas of how the investigation could go. You can trust one by one what it says for its matter. But practically, because I have been using this version of GPT-4, it's called in general, since the day it was built, and I have read all the reasons there is about it, in many cases, it's even better than an expert that you can get on the phone. Because the expert on the phone can misremember something, he can be very, let's say, in a hurry, and may say something inaccurate or may not provide nuance. These AIs have the huge benefit that they are always there for you to analyze, to speak again, to clarify. So you have to fact check them. I would never take a copy-paste of the debunking that it made. But in many cases, in advanced subjects, it has given me guidance that I wouldn't be able to get in the real world. Of course, it's great if you also have an expert on call to verify pieces of information that you want to use. In fact-checking, we have to verify everything. Now, moving on to a second example of how it can be useful. Here I use another AI. It's called Claude. It just got an upgrade, which makes it very much more useful than before. Here I put it a PDF for an investigation that I'm making, and I will also show you tomorrow. You can put a scientific review, a huge report, a series of articles, and you can ask it to make a summary or pinpoint certain pieces of information that you are looking for. So in this case, it was a quite complex review. It should be like 30 pages long. And I was looking for specific parts regarding, you can see here, Sahara dust and heavy metals. And again, I can't completely trust it, but this specific AI is able to really read the whole text, which makes it much more accurate. Other kinds of AI try to read certain paragraphs. I can clarify more tomorrow. This specific AI is very useful to be really quite highly trusted with the summaries that it shows you. And again, I would have to verify, but just having the specific text to search for myself in this huge text can save so much time and can just serve to double check what I'm reading, if I'm reading it correctly. So it's like a great partner to have besides you to just making sure what you are looking at. And the third example is like huge analysis that traditionally had to be made by experts in like a lot of days of work. Here I try to see how well it can analyze a Russian source. This specific case is from a Telegram channel. Telegram is a very popular social media in Russia especially, but in other areas, perhaps in Balkans a bit as well. And here I showed it like 1,000 posts of the social media. And I would try to gauge its kind of biases or what kind of narratives it promotes. And it was able to make, because I checked myself, it was able to make a very, very good summary of the sentiments, the source pushes, and its perspectives. And afterwards, because it's a very long piece of response that I got, it was also able to pinpoint exact examples of social media posts that I was looking for, which is very important for a fact checker because they have to have exact citations to know what they are talking about. So this was impossible just a few months ago. Right now, we are able to make a huge scrapping of the internet, a web page, a social media, and instead of having high-quality experts analyze them, we can do a very large percentage of this job automatically and very, very quickly. I needed just like half a minute to get this response. And let me also clarify this specific tool. The previous two tools are mostly under paywalls. You have to pay for them. This specific tool by Google called Gemini, in this version I'm using it, is completely free for now. So it's very useful for fact checkers that don't have a huge budget. This was my presentation for now. I hope you found it interesting. If you have any time left, I'm not sure, I will be glad to answer any questions. And we will also see you tomorrow. Thanks.
Thank you, Andronikos. Thank you, Stamos Spiridoula. If there are no questions, or if you have specific questions, you can ask them during the coffee break that we will have immediately now. Okay. And then we will resume back in 10 minutes. So be back and don't get dragged into the coffee thing, okay? Plus, if you have in mind that I'm a professor, so we have a like 15 minutes delay, so you can tell that we are actually well ahead. But we are well ahead because we actually want to do, as we said before, very practical things. So tomorrow, you will break up in 5 to 6 groups maximum, with 7 persons per group. So the aim is actually with the tools that it will be presented today to apply them and work on these subjects. These groups will have mentors from our presenters. Okay, the topics of the groups will be presented now from Spiridoula, but have in mind that every group, it will be composed from different nationalities. So don't go in one group, all the people from Croatia, the other group from, from Slovenia, Bosnia, etc. We want actually to mix and mingle. That's the main aim. So choose your partners based on the topic. Okay, Spiridoula will now tell you about the topic.
So we will probably send you a document and send you a document in order to put your names in the groups. So in order to be informed about the groups and who will be a part of them. And now, as regards the topics, it will be 3 general. It will be something you can, focus on environmental issues, human rights, or science in general. Science in general meaning you can, make an investigation concerning COVID-19 or vaccines or whatever you want. So you will discuss it with your group, and then you will let us know the topic of that you will investigate. If you need any further information or assistance from us, just let us know, come and find us, or send us a message on the WhatsApp.
So we will actually circulate a list in order to put your name under the topic, in order to form the groups. And these groups will consist the basis of tomorrow's collective work that it will be done. And we aim actually to have specific tangible results. Okay. Any questions? But a lot of answers. These answers will come actually from our next speaker that will actually present a very important initiative, an initiative that it have started in Lithuania, and it relates a lot with media literacy, tackling disinformation, and actually using a lot of tools. So our next speaker, Linus, come. It is Linus.
Thank you, thank you. I'm going to my computer, but first of all, I would like to check whether you remember something what we were talking about before, and maybe someone remembers at the beginning, Nikos asked a question to tell at least 2 words which best describes your personality. Does anyone remember what did I say? Exactly, yes. So that's like a really good start for us, because today, my name is Linas Kirius, I'm from Lithuania, I represent Civic Resilience Initiative, and today I'll try to not only speak about the tools of OSINT, which is going to be very, very popular term in these following days, but I'll try to focus on the second part, which is an investigative game. So firstly, I would like to have just like a short intro about the content of my presentation. The presentation will consist of basically 3 main parts. First of all, even though Nikos asked me not to do that, I'll just take a couple of minutes to do that. I want to explain about our organization, and not because I want to say something about that, but I want you just to emphasize on the specific goals that we're trying to achieve and the methodology that we use. The second part will consist of the practical examples of the OSINT tools. And the third part is the longest part, which will take around 1 hour at least, I hope. And it's going to be an interactive investigative game for you all. So after the second part ends, I'll ask you to split into the teams. So a little bit about our organization. Civic Resilience Initiative was co-founded by 3 guys, me, Thomas, and Lucas. I know that some of you guys know Lucas for sure from his extensive work on investigations in war crimes in Syria and Ukraine. And we have created this organization around 6 years ago, but even before that time, we were focusing on security issues in a broader sense, but watching what's happening in Ukraine, the influence of Russia, the propaganda narratives approaching not only to Ukraine but to the Baltics from all the possible angles, made us to focus more on disinfo and media literacy topics. So CRI, Civic Resilience Initiative, has basically 3 main goals. The first one is to identify the potential problems and the dangers for the Lithuanian society and in the broader region, Baltic region in general. The second goal is to facilitate trainings, expert meetings, and etc., and bring the activists like you all together. And the third, which is I think the most important goal, is to catalyze the change within society itself, make it more resilient to the modern threats such as disinfo, challenges, manipulation, elections, and even cyber challenges. But also, we have like different things that we do. We do research, we create methodologies, and etc. But mostly we work with education, and we have like 3 different target groups for that. So first one, the major one, is youth, students, and school-age pupils. The second one are the journalists from the rural areas in the Baltics. So what I mean is that we train the journalists and media representative from smaller media outlets, that they don't have the capability as the major companies to have like the separate branch about disinfo and fact checking. So basically, we're teaching them about the basic tools. And the third target group, which is slightly unorthodox maybe for you, is the NATO troops stationed in the Baltics. And I'll just briefly explain you why. Because after the Crimean annexation, we have in the Baltics rotating NATO troops that are coming with the rotation basis for the protection and security, but they're a constant target of Russian disinfo, so we are trying to equip with the knowledge before they arrive and to teach them how to avoid possible mistakes. Yeah. Okay, I was too loud probably, so I'll try to do like that. Since the beginning of our organization, we faced a big challenge. That it was really hard to catch the attention of the listener. We tried the regular seminars, the lectures, and we saw that the outcomes wasn't that successful as we wanted to. And we started to look for the solutions. And it was just like a matter of half year that we tried another approach. And since then, we started to believe that by employing game-based learning or at least gamified content, we can achieve this hard goal of the pedagogy of the 21st century, is to catch the attention of the listener. So since then, we are trying to do the educational things through that perspective. I'm not going to, just to save time, I don't want to go into details what are the differences between those two, but today we're gonna try the first approach, gamified content. But again, since I have the attention of our possible target group, and as Nikos mentioned in the beginning, that it's today's work is a basis for the future cooperation. So I think it's a good start just to share with you our latest project, which is a computer game based on Minecraft. Minecraft is the most known game in the world, so it's really recognizable by all the target groups, and we have developed a computer game for media literacy, fact-checking, and disinformation to teach your organization members, or mostly school-age kids, about those matters. So if you want, we can discuss it later about the possible cooperation, but we can adapt the game to your local languages. Just scan the code and just contact us if you like it more. Yeah, so as I said, it is based on the Minecraft world, so basically you're playing for yourself in the Minecraft world, and there's like no regular thing as the lecture listener approach. Kids are learning just by playing. All the data, all the information they have to learn, they learn during the game. So it's unorthodox approach, and there we're forced to improve critical thinking, fact-checking, trying to teach them how to debate. We're trying to teach about the reverse image search, account verification, author verification, and source verification. Yeah, so that's basically it from my ad perspective. Moving to the main topic now, and yeah, as I mentioned, today and tomorrow we're gonna talk a lot about open source, open source tools, but I would like to introduce you just to some useful open source tools that can help you to conduct your investigation and research. And I want just to emphasize one thing, that I'm gonna cover just a couple of them. Much more you're going to learn from our colleagues from UK and from Greece tomorrow, but I'm going to teach you only those ones that you're going to need to use during the interactive workshop later on. So that's why I want just like to emphasize the importance of the following ones. So basically the question is, what is open source? So again, information, I'm just going to remind you that everything what is easily accessible for the regular people as us, everything what you can find on internet, that can be video, blogs, social media channels as X, YouTube, Google search engines, Google Maps, Google Earth tools, and etc. So that's like a short intro. And yeah, I don't want to sound like a Captain Obvious, but Google or the other search engines are truly great tools. Sometimes just people forget that and they don't use it properly. Just remember, and for today's game and in general, that Google might be your best friend. You just need to follow some useful tips how to use it properly. So don't always remember to identify the keywords best describing the pieces of information you're looking into. Use one of the available search engines to look for the same information. What I mean by saying that, just don't stick to the only Google. There are other great search engines all around the internet. I'll talk more about that later. And identify reliable sources and verify information, because as you know, you can find not only the facts, but a lot of mis and disinformation pieces. When it comes to Google, it offers another great tool, which was already mentioned today. So it's a reverse image search. It is one of the most well-known and easiest digital investigative techniques. Reverse image search allows us, an investigator, to search image database on the internet for the previous versions of the same picture. So this is a crucial thing, checking if the old image is being recycled as a new. Especially during emerging crisis, old pictures are often posted online, trying to portray something other than they actually do portray, and go viral because of uncritical resharing through the social networks. So Google reverse image search is good for checking the image if it was posted on internet before, and it's a good way to confirm that the image is genuine in general. And how does it work? So I'll just give you like a very simple example. So just type image.google.com, choose the photo camera icon, choose the picture that you want to verify. In this particular example, I came up with a news article which was talking about the event that happened in 2018. And from my perspective, it seemed very suspicious, and I just, in 1 minute, I did the image reverse search, and I find it out that it cannot be related to this article, because I was reading the article which was talking about the event happening in 2018, but from the Google reverse image search, I found it that at least in 2017 it was present on the internet. Yeah, as I mentioned before, the reverse image for reverse image search, Google is not the only option. There are numerous other ways to do that. There are search engines such as Bing, TinEye, Google, and Yandex. From the guy who's working with disinformation, to tell people to use Yandex might sound a little bit weird, because it's a Russian-based software company which have developed something similar to Google. But however, I can explain you why we sometimes do that, because Yandex has like a vast availability in the parts which are more to the east than from the Baltics or from the regular Europe. I mean, like when you're talking about the events happened in Russia or sometimes in eastern Ukraine, it's a very useful tool since it has like good connections and can use a database from the Russian social media networks and etc. A good example would be the Vkontakte.ru, which can show the picture from there during the Yandex reverse image search. Shout out to one good YouTube documentary which was done by the guy from Balkan, I guess. It's Selfie Soldier, and the Yandex reverse image search was used a lot in that documentary. And the guy who was doing the research, he could trace the war criminals back to Russia who committed crimes in Ukraine. So it's like very useful tools. When it comes to image verification, it's always good to check whether the image was chopped or not. And photo forensics is an awesome tool that helps users to confirm if an image has been altered or manipulated. So you can use it to verify an image authenticity, to discern actual events from misinformation. It helps uncover manipulated details and objects added or removed from the picture. So here you can see the good example of that. You can see the original photo and modification. Tool helps us to identify areas that may have been modified by examining differences in pixel patterns across the image. Users can expect to see variation in brightness and high contrast edges. So I don't know if the contrast of this projector is correct, but you could spot the immediate differences here. And significant differences suggest potential manipulations. In this particular case, we can see that green books were tripled from the original photo, and the dinosaur somehow appeared in the picture. When we're talking about using these tools, sometimes you can approach very funny examples, and but at the same time, this example shows us also drawbacks of this tool. For example, here you can clearly see that something was done with the CD. However, when we're talking about the headphones, it seems perfectly fine. So as it was mentioned in the presentation before, you cannot trust 100% all the time those tools. You have to verify with the other means. This is the original photo that was used by the officials of North Korea. Sometimes you don't even need like the tools to see that the photo was chopped. As like in this case, it's funny because the Korean officials seemed a little bit nervous that their South Korean and American counterparts looked tougher, stronger, bigger. So the North Koreans could not let that happen, and they made it a better version of the photo. Yeah. All right. Let's move forward. Metadata is also a crucial thing while conducting investigations and the researches. And metadata, what's that? So metadata is basically the data about data. I'll try to explain it more visually, what I mean. So, for example, here the data is the photo of a cat sitting on the balcony, and the metadata is everything what is behind the picture. So the information that cannot be seen with the naked eye. So as an example, you can sometimes see the author who made the picture, date when it was done, file name, like with the camera, what camera did they use, and etc. And metadata is useful not only when we're talking about the photos or images, but it also can be found in other types of documents such as PDFs, audios, videos, and etc. Metadata sometimes can also provide us some geographical coordinates, so which helps us for geolocation as well. Yeah, I don't want to go into details on that because it's less relevant for us today. But again, as like for reverse image search, as for image verifications, there are different tools and methods. We used to use like those two websites to extract the metadata. So it's like metadata2go.com or exifdata.com. The important note is that if the info is available in metadata, especially extensively, it's likely that that's the original photo. However, there are a lot of limitations with metadata extractions, that it's pretty easy to erase the metadata and even change to the metadata to make it harder for your investigation. So again, the tool is not 100% reliable, and you have to use more tools. From metadata, it's pretty good to step into another field, which is like not a specific tool, but basically the collection of different tools, and it's a geolocation. And geolocation, basically the term refers to finding the real-time, real-world locations of the features in the photo or video. So basically, you have to use a lot of different methods to do proper geolocation. But in general, why we need geolocation, especially when we're talking about our work within CRI, it helps us to prove someone's presence at particular location, and therefore it helps us combating disinformation. Okay, I'll just have a sip of water. So here's like Lucas, I was talking to you before. He's like one of our co-founders. Thank you so much. Lucas is one of the CRI's co-founders, and he has prepared a short task for us all. I'm not giving it to you like to do it like in Teams or something, but I will use just this example to explain what we should do while doing geolocation. So the question is, where is Lucas? So the first step, what we do usually during the investigation is we're trying to understand the environment of the photo or video. We are trying to look for the possible clues. So, for example, in this particular case, we should look at the big objects. We should look at the background. We see that kind of a square, big square. We see a lot of people all around the picture. We see weather conditions, and we see shadows. So these are important things. And as I mentioned before, Google is your best friend. So every time when we're conducting something, we start with that. So just remember what I mentioned a couple of minutes ago, that choosing correct keywords is a key for doing good investigation. So as we've seen in the photo, we can scrape keywords such as tourist, ancient pyramid, square, and just we can see what kind of results appear on the screen. So here, results are not very promising, because here we can see that there are numerous amount of different pyramids all around the world. So this means that I have done something incorrect while choosing the keywords. So I remember that the big object was a pyramid, but it consisted of the blocks, and it was kind of, how to say, like a step-based pyramid. So this one, I added the keyword, which is a step pyramid. And then something more trustworthy appeared on the screen. And then Google also suggested the top locations which can be described as our keywords. So what we usually do, we go step by step to each location, but in order to save time, let's stick to Teotihuacan, which is at the bottom. So this shows maybe that it's not the top destination, but still it's very, very popular one, since it was like on the front page of the Google search. And then we can see the pictures of that exact Teotihuacan location. And from the glance, we can expect that it might be the same location as Lucas was visiting. So the second step is to use Google Earth tool, which can help us to identify the exact location. And here's like the picture from the satellite of the possible location. But if we go back to the previous picture, it's hard to identify where might be Lucas, because behind his back there was like a pyramid, and somewhere in between there was like a big square. However, it's hard to locate it exactly. So what you have to do is just to try to rotate and to find the better angle. Therefore, it's when we rotate it and a little bit zoomed in, we can see that we can see the square, the big pyramid, and another smaller pyramid where might Lucas be at the photo. So next step is what we have to do with the Google Earth tool. There's like a really cool thing that the yellow icon of a person. So just put that icon on the map where you think Lucas might be, and then compare the results with the yellow guy. It looks similar, so just like we have to compare that if it works for us or not. So big object, square. Yep, some ruins of the ancient buildings, present. So we can confirm that most likely that Lucas was at that location, which was called Teotihuacan, if I pronounce it correctly. However, in this case, we didn't use another useful tool. Sometimes weather conditions or even the shadows of the sun might be useful. There are tools which help us to understand even the exact time of the day when the photo was taken, just from the shadow perspective. And there are some easy tools how to use it, and I guess that tomorrow someone will teach you about that. But since we don't need it today, so I'm not focusing on that. But while conducting research, we can sometimes find the results in a much easier way than we might expect. Because as I mentioned, that was like posted on Facebook, so we can just jump to comment section and find the answer. Yeah, so sometimes it works like that, but not always. So again, like before finishing my first part, what I want to emphasize that tools are not the magical sticks. They don't 100% provide us information that we can say that 100% we're sure that is like that, but not the way around. So just be very smart and try to use as many tools as possible. And then let's move to the practical part of our workshop, which is investigative game. So now I would like you to split into groups of 7 people. I have written 5, but Nikos told me that 7 is better. And it would be nice if at least 1 laptop would be per group. So if you can just like rearrange the chairs and everything, and just like make groups of plus minus 7 people. So a couple of minutes for that. Or should I do it by myself, just like in a simple way, just to split the people like that? Okay, so you're 7. You join them. You 7 like that. Join like that. You can be like 6 of you like that. Yeah. Yeah, 7 people. Here's 7. But you have a professional investigator, so you're 4. Yeah, so if you don't have a laptop, don't worry. You might use your cell phone as well. However, laptops are usually more convenient in conducting their researches, and etc. So scan this code. Yeah, and try to put that link to your computer. And I'll explain you what's happening next. I'll just like I'll tell a couple of words about the storyline, what's going to happen now. So it's a completely made up story, which is happening mostly in Lithuania. And the storyline is a well-known investigative journalist, Tomas Černiauskas, was researching disinformation campaigns in the Baltic states. He was reportedly on the verge of publishing groundbreaking report, having apparently uncovered the people and organizations responsible for that. Then he vanished under mysterious circumstances. So you are other Lithuanian investigative journalist, and you want to help him because he disappeared. So now you have to find it back, find where he is currently. The thing is that Thomas made, he was like a little bit cautious about that because he went to the meeting with someone and he never came back. But he knew that it might happen, so he prepared a secret database for you. And in order to find him, he knows that you're like a professional investigative journalist and you're gonna do the own researches with his clues. But in order to find the final address, you have to go through his database, which is present online. So yeah, your goal is to find exact location where he might be. Exact location, I mean address, house number, and etc. And the guy who is responsible for that building or something. So we have 1 hour, and we can start. So you can be loud. I'll be here all the time if you need like any hints. But I hope it's gonna be fine for you since you're like 7 per group. I was thinking about making it for 5, and yeah, good luck with your work. Oh yeah. That's a Wix website because I didn't want to spend money on creating the website. And yeah, the thing is that about this game that it's kind of a test version. I'm working on it. So if you have some, if you see like some drawbacks or room for improvement, it's more than a welcome to adapt it and make it better for the next time. So good luck, guys.
Find the name of my pet. In real life, I would go to his social media, but he very easily gave me the name of his pet here. So it could be he said it. So I just paid attention to so much stuff. he says it. He does some stuff. I'm 100% certain that in the context of this game, this is the clue.
So I have a very fast to get text on my screen, but you would type it. And we can have a look. So that's the goal. Obviously it's false, but how to verify? I can copy. Next. Just with a quick Google search you find all the high quality articles on the site. Google is so good that instantly found paragraphs paper. Navigate the Balkan website, invite people to sign a petition to stop such desecration. The Lithuanian Ministry of Defense declares fake news. So in actual fact-checking you have to even verify one official statement. But even without further research in this case, I'm 100% certain it's fake. So how is it I found this photo. I found this photo on the same website. I'm suspicious I have the same one. Is it possible that done by native troops in Lithuania? So, yes, it's a bit ridiculous as you understand. Now, they probably want to use photo forensics in actual fact-checking. They have to use them because when a photo has gone through social media, the forensic case can be destroyed. But if somebody has uploaded a photo in a website, which basically doesn't really change, it's just uploaded, this could work. Yeah, so there are parts in the image that you can get like distortions that are not visible with the eye. When I put a tank with photos of in another image, it will get some details. And with just a look, visibly, this doesn't seem altered. But I believe if I do a photo forensics, which are many ways, but I have a hand on that, which I will also show you. I believe it could be able to analyze the right away from some standard algorithms. Now, practically, forensics are very hard in every job to work accurately, but in some cases, they can be very easily solved. Apart from that, I will try to trace the exact image. Every day we do trace images. This is the generally accurate way. With just a quick Google search, you can see crop, right click in an empty area, search images. You right click in the area you want, and right away you can see the tank part of the image. In my experience, very rarely it is more accurate, but I have seen one case in the past few months that people managed to find the source whereas Google couldn't. But generally, Lens is the top player. Perhaps you could find the case. Now, I don't see in photo forensics any clear evidence. You have many different, let's say, algorithms to check the image, and they don't converge on any specific insight. And I also found a high quality image from a website that is not extremely reliable, but it is kind of reliable. And it says that it did a tag run in Germany, not Lithuania. That's a part. It's a really weird case. What exactly happened in this image, but for now I'm not interested in that. But here I noticed photo was originally made. I would believe that it was indeed in February 15. Ideally, I would have to find the exact image in the exact official repository that it was put on. There is a tool that is able to search the first match of the internet around this image. These, let's see, quite original places. All of them begin in February 15, so you can be confident that indeed was on February 15 as the article. Yes. Perhaps, but I should have. That's not. Perhaps there is a different asset, but it will be verified. Yeah, it says here. So this should be from February 15, but it doesn't accept some. Okay, perhaps it's a bit this. This is the correct. So it's fine. In some cases, it can't really find the honest image. All these are like approximations. Now, there is, and let's say that we didn't have now we do the both options. Has it that is like making chronological comparison with the sequence appears that is not available to the wide public yet. I believe it will be available like a month or so. Even this tool just founded in February. Did they make a mistake? I can't be 100% certain until I find the official report. Does it seem that I just have this image as I look for metadata? Metadata is page. Perhaps metadata have been saved. If it has metadata, it's depends on the camera when you need the click. But in many cases that images uploaded this metadata are deleted. Now in this case, there are metadata. It's retained. There is a profile name here, but this is different. It's another thing. It doesn't seem to have this specific version of the image at date. So I will try to find another of these images that is like big, not a small thumbnail. You probably won't have either, but I can also try this.
One important note that you all, one group said like it matters whether it's like a capital letter or not. So sometimes try both capital and non-capital letters.
Are you certain that it was It's generally worked, but I'm trying to verify because that's a point. Perhaps I would be interested to see how you found it because it's hard to find it. Maybe there's like a so can you move forward if you have the answer? Okay, just a final check on another. It doesn't validate either. Okay, I will move on with January. Yeah, now it's so what was changing as I said, there are dedicated websites, but they now which has many tools. Our work, forensics, and I will see this cross here. Very commonly, modus abuse is added symbols and gestures with us. what was changing is let's see the question. What was changing? You have to see all the filters and cross-reference those which one is the realization itself. Very clarification. Something else. That's inherent. It's very like all the other parts of the image correspond to this well. Perhaps the tank itself is Photoshop could be the fourth tank. I don't know. Really, what's it about? It's very like the example of Photoshop where we did. So that's
always can ask for me because we're just trained to learn how to read. I don't have practice.
Usually it's like the they Photoshop is politicians or someone who well known. I don't see any clarification of any. But it's very unlikely.
To je haškačak, opet Balkan, najslušen se sam, kao ne zgrne, ona počne kišen sam.
Of course, but because I thought because you're so... Yeah, I wouldn't be able to. Photoforensics, it's very like to get wrong. So just doing a standard research, you can see a single article using the systems. So this is the exact ones. This was taken with AFP in 17. I don't get this. Practically in general, we do exactly that. What did you want from me? It could be a serial number. It could be an identification. I'm not sure how they would call it. It's using figures about yes, serial number we call it. But this is not yeah, we know it's numbers, but I'm not sure how to just numbers. No, exactly. You want the exact. Okay, this is very specific. Sometimes I get usually get it from very rarely I get info from I would like the time because it's start to dig deep this particular yes. So if you start moving this person, it's not clear what response they expect. But but in general, we try to translate it. As I said before, it works.
Showcase poi per buon da cominciare
there are separate lines. So the same, use the yes, it is unfortunate. All around. So this is now. Verify ourselves. E0. That's it, spaces. Because in standard passwords we don't put spaces, but this is not standard.
Maybe I didn't know this.
Yeah, because I just got also in real life we never have passwords. But here, during for it, but you're doing the right way, just double check it. Did you see another letter? Yes. We tried, right, but it's exactly the same letter. Here. There's something missing. Perhaps this is a P. I made peace. Again, what's going on? Thomas, notice, eyes. Of course, I didn't read the letters because in actual passwords we used to have to get PG. This was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see, sometimes like you want to achieve like their path, and then you start like to lose your mind, like there's like
That's happened all the time. It is also very good automatic, so I use the best OCR for words. So you put this on. Let's see, transfer condition for this person. They just finished. So they will geolocate the area. Probably, but I think they want us to search for perhaps they want us to search for the yes. So just maybe we have another part for now. These same AIs that are good for writing text and very good in some cases for pictures. This is very few complex, but I will try just some. They're kind of pinpoints, but some not. So we have to use something else to get this. It just expects to find some probably, but let's say I try. It's something so simple. Yeah, I'm tending to think overcomplicated investigation. CSO, but here's content from another signal, just before it is exposed. Which signals it is? So you have photos, this is the latest photo, and in this case I believe ChatGPT would really find online. Yeah, there is one. I'm trying to just test how good this is. I will find it in many cases. Let's see. Let's see if it has other photos. The other photos are separate. And then we do you can see this. Tell Larissa.
You're all doing great. We have like 45 minutes left, and you're like more than a half done, so don't worry.
I believe this is the I will try this. Perhaps there are other such contexts. There are no flags, but many. No, there is. I'm not sure. If you are able to read this, it's good, but it's very uncertain. I would just continue searching for this name. There are probably many such. Now, there is also the problem that Larissa is a city in my region, in Greece. It's a completely different place. Still finds from my city. I could try to make it completely. It still finds my area. Because Larissa is just very well known. Let's see, what other things we do? I don't see anything other specific thing. Only this. Yeah,
You have him, right? I think it's a little bit hard for the video.
There is this contains name, but
yeah, there are many actually.
Many?
Yeah. Well, at least three. But you have to guess.
So, who does get the answer? I can't do a split It's just a general name, even South America. I think I just got it with the Google Lens text because the description is so easy. But almost never.
I forgot to add it a couple of days ago because I thought they were going to make it too hard.
This seems to be the same. I am not finding it. It seems to be the same. Where did you find it? Perhaps because you are not the same. Yes. So, okay, this is the one. ChatGPT got it. It's so a lot of hits because I wouldn't go that fast for very cases. It's the same area because just as I show. Maybe it needs the city. So this is the executive. It's a general place because which hotel does its exact location. It should be the exact location sound. It's insane that the hotel doesn't scream out the exact location. So here because all fine clients. So this is the city. I think it's so let's see if chat. I was like, now I will see. I think ChatGPT found the area. Antalya, yes, it's a Turkish area. So ChatGPT is also exceeding in knowing the general location and it guessed it. Wow. I know, I found the hotel. It found the general area, it couldn't pinpoint the location by itself. You have to know Turkish because there is like a shop just Turkish. Yeah, we tried, but there is very low resolution of this picture. So this is a Turkish name. It's very hard to guess if you're not Turkish that is from Turkey. But not impossible. Yeah, nice. Balkan. That's a nice one. It's a very nice findings. Sometimes I step back to the process of something. I don't have the same perspective by saying, not the much of the kind of stuff. So we have to go back here and find another profile here. Probably is a pseudonym. Now there is a specialized tools for detecting faces. But I couldn't find the same name on Facebook, but I didn't. There's someone in the same name. I think it's the same. On several different types of definitive interpretations. Anyways, there's another person. Okay, that's extremely specific, but when there is only one friend, which never is, perhaps. Okay, it was not that we just be insane, but let's see if there is something else. This as a friend, but falling perhaps is some of these things. Perhaps yes, it's some of these names, probably the second. Other test. there is a forum, but it's not public. There are photos of other people. The feed, yes. There's not a single person standing out. Somebody it's one night or somebody. Another. It's like okay, better. Yeah, it's interesting thinking, but personally, I'm going okay, it's interesting if it's no individual transport operation will work sometimes. First of all, Facebook, but perhaps the media, some other social media. Let's look a bit for another perhaps. They want another social media about this person. Facebook is very opposite to Facebook. So we just like to search. Could we? The other thing is that it is not an exact, it's if you put it in quotes, you get an exact match. See another exact match. They can bet happy.
That's a tricky one.
I thought about CNF's first, save lives. Let's see what relations in the post.
To make it a more
For example, there are several friends who are like sometimes you could perhaps see other colleagues likes, perhaps searching their likes. I would think it's because let's just try sometimes it doesn't cover
someone from the
streets, we have the streets.
So did he die? What's happening?
We're done.
You know that it's like a
Are we the first one done? Yeah.
We got this.
We are pros now. So we were first, right? And we have true fact checking.
Yeah, what they say?
We're good. At the beginning, I think we're supposed to it took us some time to get into the sweet.
It's like Balkan is like a geographical and survival in the city.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you.
How are you guys?
Sorry? Yeah, that was great.
Još 3. Ali ne, nek povede.
That was a good game.
Da, bolje, ali igrati onda.
Oh, this is my laptop. We can play it.
No, no. Okay. We'd like to have you. I'll ask if he's available. If he's available, I'll just text you.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, but then where's the guys who were professionally they found it?
They found the window from which the photo was taken.
The guy's like, when you miss me, you never came back. It's like, that might not my mouth. I know that sometimes.
This it helps you, but we can translate this.
Now I can disappear. Like, who's fun? It's like, he came with us, yeah. You know where you go? Yeah. You don't need to know where you're going. He's like, don't worry about it, we got this. That's why you lose the
But you have to tell them. Yeah, because we don't want to all the money.
Yeah, I'm very excited. Yeah, let's go. Yeah. not dependent on my organization. This is more my hobby. That's first of all. At the same time, like sometimes you can win good grants. And then you can, for example, we have one like a good grant for the computer game on Minecraft, which is super expensive. But then we can like expensive. Not this one. This is made by me. Like Minecraft game program, computer game. You know, not this one. It's not that hard to adapt to other countries. Potential funds and you don't have what to offer. So we can all the adaptation of our current game and put together some funds.
Hi guys. I just wanted to congratulate to you all because you have done amazing job. There were some mistakes from my side. I think some of you guys had troubles with the Lithuanian alphabet. Yeah, and for that reason, like I thought that it's gonna be hard to use Lithuanian keyboard, so I made it like a regular Latin alphabet. So that was like one mistake, and yeah. So what I want that you do now, just open WhatsApp group. I just received a video, and Thomas sends all his regards because you helped all together to find him, and he's alive, and he's sending hi to Sarajevo. The most important is that he's alive, and he sends hi to Sarajevo. So another thing that I want to mention, that this game was created by me, and it's basically the fake story. Nothing happened. Only real thing in this game is that Baltics are constantly under attack, especially in terms of the security. So NATO. That's why there were a lot of military issues in the game, because NATO troops are constant target of Russian propaganda within our countries. And the second real thing was the guy you were looking for, Marius Gabrielaitis. He's a real person. The window, the building, it's his office, and he's definitely responsible for. He's one of the best known fake news spreader within our country. So that's a real guy. And the last photo that you try to do the reverse image search, and you found the article. So the article is very recent, and he's finally under criminal investigations for his work. So hopefully that not only Thomas survives, but Gabrielaitis goes to jail. So that's the only real thing in this game. So, but basically, like what I've seen, like you were really using awesome tools that I tried to show. So as you witnessed by yourself, that not every tool works perfectly. Sometimes you have to use multiply tools for that, or sometimes you just have to think smart and just to look really careful in the environment, and sometimes the environment gives us the sign, gives us signs about what we should look for. So I hope that you enjoyed the game. I like that some of the teams found other ways that I didn't even know that it's possible. Thanks for the Greek colleagues that now I know that with a ChatGPT you can upload the exact picture, and I think you have managed to solve some tasks with that. That's very, very impressive for me as well. So next time I'll include ChatGPT for the geolocation purposes as well. So thanks a lot, and I think we have like a free lunch right now. Do you want to say something?
Yes, I will say the menu.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so now it is the lunch break, and immediately after we will convene. But have in mind that an important element and aspect
Anna opened it. So not too good lunch, so you don't feel too tired right now. But as you see, it's a very girl power panel. So we will do our best to keep you awake. And before I start, I would like to briefly say a few words how I got into DCN, and what puts me here as a moderator on the stage is because I have been for more than 7 years an activist in Romania, working with young people and creating from scratch an NGO focused on civic education and civic engagement. And slowly during the years, I became also one part of a project, a media project for young people that just exploded our numbers and our reach and our target audience. So I've learned how to become and how to turn from an activist that would focus on working even with one person or two person to reaching, as our project reaches monthly 3, 4, 5, even 6 million people in Romania. So that says a little bit about the power of diversifying what you're doing in order to reach your goal better. Because no matter how much we like to work with 1, 2 people, it's too much energy, and we have little time, and the bad guys are way in front of us for us to play old school. So what we will focus on today in our discussion is we have a group of young ladies who did just that. Yeah, I think I'm afraid we have to close the door. Who did just that? Who learned how to adapt and how to reach the audience. And it's a mix. It's not by accident that we have a mix of activists and journalists or influencers or people who are in different fields but playing the same game of making people shape the communities in a better way. Because I think the future is will have even more blurred lines. And even if we like it or not, this is how it's gonna be. NGO people have to learn how to play with journalism. Journalists have to learn how to play with journalism and with activists, because we have the same goal of protecting our countries, our democracies from collapsing. The threat is becoming larger and larger, as we can see, and we have seen in the European Parliament elections. And we have a duty of standing our ground, and we can only do this together. And yeah, social media is the evil sometimes in the room, but it's also a huge opportunity, and we have to learn how to play and to use the tools that we have at this moment to improve our reach. Because the bad guys, as I said, are way ahead of us in doing this, and they are doing it very well. So I will start from hearing these ladies, how they feel about and what they learned, and about the work and what they learned while doing it. And I will start with Maria. And she's from, I would let you say a few words about yourself and to tell us about how you use these tools and this intersection area to push your campaign in Slovenia.
Thank you. Sorry, I was a bit late. I'm Maria from Slovenia, from an organization called Institute 8th of March. We've been existing for the past, I think, 8 years. And in the beginning, we were like a group of friends. We were doing this voluntarily and just trying to think about how to change the world, the country, or the world. And basically, we started off as a feminist organization, and then we kind of expanded our reach into all sorts of inequalities, from gender inequality, from economic inequality, etc. And we did many, many campaigns in the last few years. And right now we're doing a huge pan-European campaign for free and accessible abortion in Europe, which also, you are a part of, so thank you. Yes, and actually how we use social media and to try to build communities. I think social media is kind of one of the biggest ways we talk to the people, but it's not just about that, because we have to transfer it into offline activities as well. So we really try to build networks, build communities all over Slovenia, all over Europe. We talk to different people, we talk to different organizations, and try to build it in this way. So what I want to say in the beginning is that I think social media is a very powerful tool, how to communicate, how to communicate your content and try to build a community, but it's we need more than that. And I think working in hand with doing field work and also doing social media is very important, and it has to be done together.
Thank you so much. We will come back with other questions, and I will pass the floor to my colleague Alexandra for full disclosure. Yeah, we are 3 people from Romania because we do too many things. And Alexandra is the editor-in-chief of Genștiri. She will say a few words, and I will focus on how she decides as the leader of the team on how much do we promote social movements, civic movements, and how much we don't.
Hello, my name is Alexandra, as Diana said. I work at Genștiri, which is a journalist newsroom from Romania for young people, by young people. So that means my team is from 19 to 25 years old. We are on Instagram and TikTok, and we cover news that affects young people's life, but also other subjects such as education, LGBTQ rights, new bills, new protests. And how we do it is we cover hard news and also entertainment, so that entertainment really help us showing that we are relevant, you should follow us, and by that we make young people be interested in politics, in important subjects that they wouldn't be aware or they wouldn't read about it because, you know, they think, well, that doesn't affect me, and why should I read about this? And we also use social media to, of course, we as a journalist need to be as fair and objective as possible, but by covering certain issues, we also support them. So, for example, we cover protests organized by students, or we cover or we held accountable politicians that maybe are misogynistic in the parliament, and we are objective, and we don't, of course, we don't say this is not right, but we highlight what he's or maybe she's saying about the other person. Yeah, I guess I will pass.
Thank you. And now, staying again in Romania, Denisa is on the civic part of what we are doing, and we've been, of course, we are not endorsing any candidates. I don't see any possibilities in the near future of endorsing anything political. But we do a lot of go out to vote campaigns because we believe that young people should go to vote. And we had a record number this year of young people who could vote for the first time for the European Parliament elections. Denisa, tell us about what you do and what the civic part is.
Hi everyone, I'm Denisa from Romania, from Formaplum, Diana's NGO. And yeah, this year we did, like, I think the biggest campaign for go out to vote, because we had the elections, the European elections, but also the local ones, and we had 1 million first-time voters in Romania because we didn't have elections for the past 4 or 5 years. So we had to focus a lot on young people, and we combined the online and offline a lot because we were focusing on online with our famous hashtag 1 million for democracy, and also going offline. We went in like 20 cities from Romania, talking with young people just about like what civic means and why you should or should not make go to vote and make a decision about going to vote, because not going is still a decision. And we also distributed 500 condoms in universities from Romania with the message that the first vote, you're never forgetting your first vote. And this is how we went to a lot of places. We couldn't go physically, but we reached students in dorm rooms or universities. And in online with our campaigns, also posting about voting and just like basic informations, because it's really important just to post, to give your information and what you have about like basic stuff, because for us, even I voted for the first time, I didn't know how a ballot looked like, how I should stamp, how I should not stamp, and just like basic stuff. And it helped a lot to just
distribute this kind of information in online. And we reached, I think, like 2 million people, young people online. And I guess it was a success because we had over 100,000 first-time voters, young people from Romania voting on 9 of on June in European elections and local ones.
Thank you. Nina, tell us, how do you use your power? Because I know you're doing a brilliant job in communicating. And how do you put the social issues that you want to fight for in online? And how do you feel doing that? And what did you learn?
Well, I think that feminist topics are really unpopular in the Balkans still, and it is a challenge to represent them to the public. But I feel like I'm really good at connecting to young women because I really enjoy that, and I think that's the main thing that I have, that I really like what I'm doing, and I really find a great importance in connecting to young women, because I think that for the most of the history we've been excluded from the public sphere and everything, that it's now a huge step for us to connect also in public sphere and private sphere and in every possible way. So that's like the main thing for me, and I try to find some topics that are relevant to me and then represent them to the girls who are following me.
Thank you so much. And we have a candidate here. on further down, closer to the power, let's say. Nina, tell us about your experience. How was it to run, first of all, and how much do you use the social media as a tool in this process?
Yeah, so basically I already work in Brussels for the European institutions, but I'm also an influencer. So for these European elections, I decided to run as an independent candidate. I gathered 12 more young people. We were all under 30 years old. So we were running for the European elections, and we got a very good result. We received 4% of the entire votes. I got more preferential votes than the commissioner and most of the politicians, so I was very, very happy about that. And for me, it was very important in campaign when communicating about European Union and about politics to kind of merge this with my life. I didn't want to make my life separate from politics. I wanted to show that I live politics and that the politics is merged with my life, and I think I did that quite successfully. And I didn't want to become this like boring, typical politician that wears suits, blah, blah, blah. So I really wanted to, keep my character, but just put more of politics into that. And I think, we actually did a very good job. We focused on a few key topics that we communicated. And the main thing is I didn't want to only talk about some topics. Like, for example, I talked about the period pain and period leave. So basically, I bought a period pain simulator. So I didn't want to just talk about, okay, women have painful periods, blah, blah, blah. I wanted to show them how it really feels like. And I think that's like the key to success, not only to talk about some issues, but to live them and show them on the examples. So kind of, these actions speak more than words at the end.
Thank you so much. Amna, tell me about how you squeeze in your work social issues, and how do you
Okay, first of all, I'm honored to sit here with these change makers. So please, they're really changing something in our societies if we can applaud them, because I think they are doing amazing things. I was thinking how to begin, and maybe it's the best way to introduce myself a little bit. So in 2013, I was a student of first year of journalism, and I was so convinced that I will change the world. I am that person, everything is waiting for me, and let's do this. But of course, on my faculty, there was dominantly male professors, and I was very conflict person when it comes to them. And once, my professor told me that me and my female colleagues are actually cows that have a bell around our neck that rings with ignorance. And that was the moment for me when I realized, okay, I have to find a place where I can actually do something and be satisfied with that. This faculty, that's okay, but where is that my place and my crew where I can do some kind of change? And I found them. Radio Chameleon is the oldest private radio station since the war in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And I have to say that we are a very crazy group of people because we want to stay in Bosnia. And we decided that if we want to stay, we have to improve our community. So maybe our story, it's not so big like these stories because they're on a state level or international level. But I think we are doing good things in my hometown and that northeast part of Bosnia and Herzegovina. So every time, specifically after the war, there was a narrative that people in Bosnia and Herzegovina are very terroristic oriented from the people from Middle East. So we decided as a Radio Chameleon to show the people that it's not like that. So we actually achieved a Guinness record in most couples kissing each other on the streets. Then when we were on the way towards European Union, I mean we still are, but never mind, we decided to have a Guinness record in Vienna's waltz. What I wanted to say, under one roof of Radio Chameleon, we are not just media house, we are also NGO. And we are trying to do things that are actually improving our community. So it's not divided in my case. And every time when we think that some group of people inside of our community is neglected in a way, we are trying to create media space for them. That's our tool, and I think that's maybe enough for this first round.
Thank you so much. From now on, please feel free to, if you want to ask a question to jump in. And I will take the questions to the next level and ask you how much should these two areas, activism, civic activism, social activism, mix with the media? How much room should the media make for our causes, and how much it should stay very objective? And
well, the thing is that we, from the beginning, decided we don't want to be pro-regime or against regime, so we tried to find what is our place in a society. How can we improve things and not being on any side? It's not that we are neglecting politics and importance of that, but we know that there is a lot of different media who already do that job and they do that very well. But we wanted to show the example of how people not always are reading like only bad news, you know. So we try to start this award ceremony where we will, that's my example for your question. I think it's the best way to explain like that. We wanted to give awards to 20 to 30 women who are doing something amazing during 1 year, and not only, I have to like really emphasize this, not only women who are CEOs, but women who are doing things on a regular basis, women that we usually don't see them, they are not so in the media, they don't have a spotlight on them, but to find them and to create a space. And my first experience was that one time this woman told me like, well, I'm not sure can I receive this award. I have to ask my husband. And she is like such a huge leader in their company. And I was like shocked, not so much, but still, you cannot believe, okay, this is my first experience of this kind. But we succeeded, we held this ceremony, and after that, we created stories around these women. And what I was kind of shocked is how many other medias took those stories and they share also their opinion. They have done a lot of interviews with these women, and I think that is a showcase how actually we want good news. And sometimes when we don't know that somebody is doing some amazing things, you have to support in a way to put the spotlight on them, and then you give them the chance to maybe meet with some donors or some sponsorships or someone who wants to do good and positive things, and you connect them. And now we have a network around 700 women who are doing amazing things, who received our award. We wrote about them, but what is very important is that they are actually, not only like in words, they are really support for each other. And every time when we have some serious case or anything that we want to do to contribute our community, they are very joined in that cause. And I have to say, I don't know, do you know about the case femicide that happened in my hometown on Instagram Live? Maybe you heard about that, maybe you not. But our community of women instantly in our WhatsApp group joined, and okay, what we can do protests, okay, but what actually we can do when it comes to laws, when it comes to lobbying our politicians, what will happen in the next? So I think it's very important for media to be engaged in well, all stories that are connected with our society, but also we shouldn't avoid positive stories. I think that was our way to kind of easy enter inside of people's minds and not being like understood like aggressive. Even though I hate that kind of perception, you know, but let's be real, that's the state on the field. And now we have a lot of allies in what we do. Sorry for taking this much time.
No problem. I would take the question to Nina and also to ask you how much coverage did you get from mainstream media, let's say, and how much was it presented like an exotic Gen Z group, or how much did they take you in serious?
I mean, I really believe that nowadays, when it comes to coverage, is way easier because, I mean, I have my own medium. Actually, even if, I don't know, newspapers or televisions didn't cover the news, I was not even worried because if I have 300 people watching my videos, I'm fine. So I have my own medium. Maybe even more people watch me than they watch television, probably. So I think when it comes to activism, nowadays it's way easier to get noticed because you don't have to beg for televisions and newspapers. You can create your own space. But it was quite easy because influencer going into politics, it's kind of the news that sell. So it went quite viral even in the traditional media. But of course they all portrayed it in the way, okay, I'm an influencer, and that's where all the discussion stops. I can be a Nobel Prize winner, but I'm an influencer. So that is where everything stops. But we did get a lot of traditional media attention, so I really cannot complain about that. Maybe if I was not an influencer, it would have been probably harder. But this was kind of a hot news, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I would move to Maria with the same question. Then I have another question for you girls. How much do they pay attention to you, and if they do, how do you do it, and if they don't, what are your alternatives?
Okay, yeah. I guess in the beginning it was kind of hard because we weren't so well known, but we had this referendum for the clean drinking water in 2021, and we did a huge campaign for that referendum, and it was like in the middle of Corona, and people really wanted to express themselves and say no to this kind of politics because we had a right-wing government. Anyway, the campaign was huge, everybody joined, and we got bigger then, and I think like I also cannot complain about the media coverage. I think journalists really come to our press conferences. They actually care about the topics, and we don't have a problem with that. There's of course the right-wing media, which is spreading hate speech and false information, and this is also a problem. But then maybe we also get some coverage, you know, from that. But yeah, also I agree with what Nina said, because I think we can also like we can control the narrative or like distribute our content with our own media because we have like a lot of followers on Instagram and Facebook. And I also think for example, we have a bit of trouble reaching younger people. Because we have a lot of following on Facebook, and those are mostly like middle-aged people and older. So I think we cover that age group through social media and through traditional media. So I really cannot complain about that, and I think we work well with the journalists and the media houses. So.
Okay, thank you so much. I would move the question to you, Nina. We all try to reach a wider audience every time we put something out there. And when we position ourselves one way or another, we lose the attention or the approval of some of our audience? How do you, did you receive backlash from community, like you're too feminist, you're too, and how do you manage it?
Yeah, of course, like all the time. Those are the main things that I get. But I feel like when you live in this system, that everything you say that's maybe aimed to help women in any way, or to gather women, or to help women speak up, that's going to be looked upon, and that's going to be viewed as something really bad, and really bad for the community, because we are used to living in this society that really views women as inferior, and when we do something that's not like that, then we are viewed as someone who is like ruining the traditional values, as they say. So yeah, that happens all the time. But I feel like, unfortunately, I can't say we need to get used to that, because I think that no one should get used to hate speech. But I feel like that's something that comes with this, and sometimes like change is really really hard to notice, especially when you do it like this online, and then you're not really sure how many people will be take in notice what you're saying, because you can get many views, but you're not sure how many of them are like people who are there to support you, and how many are there people just sharing among themselves and saying, oh, look at this feminist again. So yeah, but I think like it's a good way. For me, like social media is a really great tool to help us connect in that way. And I think what's really amazing is that most of these topics that we do are usually, I mean, they were before like centralized, but now every woman can I mean, every woman who has access to internet can get this information.
Okay, and I will move it to Alexandra and then to Denisa to say how they manage. And because I know that the process of deciding on an article is very tough, because you could alienate an audience by covering something. But you still want to reach that audience, because otherwise we are just an echo chamber of people with the same beliefs. So how do you do it?
Yes, so as any person, we have some values. So we support some values, and we know that by covering some subjects, some people will come into comments and say, yeah, you're not so good. But of course, not in this nice way. We have some really bad hate comments. But we know that by covering these kinds of subjects, we also help just to give them a voice. I think media gives voice to a person anyway, so by choosing to talk about an NGO or about a cause really helps, and it's kind of our role.
How do you feel when you see that positioning yourself on a subject is backlashing from the community?
Well, I think we are trying, and we are successfully doing it most of the times, like posting stuff and the subjects that Alexandra was telling about in a non-biased way, so that they can all have like we are creating a safe space for them in both ways. Even if they don't agree with the subject, they still comment, maybe in a bad way, but most of them not. Just to argue and to have a conversation on both sides in the comment section of the post, but they're not attacking us most of the times, because we are trying to be as unbiased as we can. We are just presenting the facts, not making a statement with it.
And that leads me to my my follow-up question, actually, like how it happens that you're all women online, exposed. How do you manage it? Because I know it's, for us, for example, in our newsroom, they target more girls. If we have a news article, one boy presenting it, one girl presenting it, they will target the girl, not the boy. So we still live in this world. How do you manage? Now I will start with you, Nina, because you expose yourself so much while running. It takes a lot of courage. How did you manage?
I mean, young women in politics, it is controversial everywhere, I would say. And yeah, I even found some research that women in politics get like 150% more hate comments than men, of course. And honestly, I don't find a way to deal with it. It's super bad. And I was even thinking how it is very hard, because in the past, like public figures, I don't know, politicians or singers, actors, they were always a bit distant from the people, because nobody can directly say something bad to you. It's always like a general public opinion, but you were never like, you never had a direct touch with these people. But now, I don't know, the first thing you wake up in the morning, you get notifications of some people saying super bad things about you.
And even when you try to ignore it, somebody sends it to you. Oh, Nina, have you seen this? And I'm like, I have to look at it now. When you said it like that, I have to look at it. So I don't, it's very bad. It definitely affects my mental health, but I didn't find a way to cope with it perfectly. I think it gets better over time. You get used to it a bit, but I think you never like completely get over it. So it is super hard, and I'm still trying to find a way how to live normally with that. Yeah.
Thank you. Amrab, did you have any cases of hate coming to you, and how did you manage it?
Just one comment. One man wrote that he will piss on my grave. But I mean, I was like, then I'm doing a good job, right?
Yeah. Any other experiences? I will get also to Alexandra because we have a lot of edgy, let's say, talks. But Nina, if you want to jump in.
What's the
If you have had hate comments, and how do you manage it? If people are targeting you just because being a public person, and a
but
woman.
Sometimes there are comments where you think, oh, they would never say this to a man, and I just like realize that when I read the comment. But most of the time, I don't really know a way to get over them. Or sometimes people who are not in that like public space, they say, oh, just don't pay attention. I don't think that's possible, because when you read so many bad things about yourself, especially when I read it like not on my page but on some other page, like some people who don't like me or post memes or something, and then I read comments there, I'm like, I didn't know I existed in your mind, because they're not on my page, they're somewhere else, but still in that like public space, and I get so surprised, like how can people like write so mean things about me. So yeah, I don't think there is a way to like, I mean, maybe there is, but I'm not sure that there is. Yeah.
I was hoping for you to say, I have the secret formula. You read and then you watch a movie for 30 minutes and then it goes away.
Well,
but no.
maybe the best way is to not read it, but that's not possible sometimes. Yeah.
Please.
Sorry.
To close the internet.
Yeah, maybe. No, yeah, I wanted to also say, because we also had a lot of hate speech, and it actually resulted in our director Nika being attacked on the street, and she had a lot of death threats, which was pretty crazy, and she had a lot of consequences, not only physical, of course, also mental and emotional. We all did as a collective, but there was a campaign we did, and it's called Only Love, and it's based on an example from the States. And it's basically, if somebody is getting targeted by a person in position of power on the internet, on Twitter, on Facebook, anywhere, there's this, if you can apply to be a volunteer for the Only Love campaign or whatever, and you get a link directly, we send it to you through text message, and then you click on the link, you click on the post, and you just spread love all around that comment. So you post support messages for the person who was attacked, you do hearts, you do unicorns, you do flowers, whatever, and the point of it being to just kind of drown out the hate and give support to the person. And we did like a couple of cases of that, and I think it was pretty successful, because you're somehow showing support for the person being attacked, and I guess it helps a little bit. It doesn't solve the issue, it's just a bit more, lovey-dovey hugs and unicorns.
Alexandra, how do you manage it?
Okay, so I don't appear on the videos of our platforms, but I experience a little hate speech. I covered an article about Andrew Tate, what's the deal with Andrew Tate, and there was some guy that after we published it, told me that I'm a sweaty feminist and followed me on Instagram, on Facebook, and I fortunately, I have a private account on Instagram. On Facebook, I don't, but of course I blocked him. But we have colleagues that appear on video, and Rebecca, there are a lot of comments about her voice, or it was something like, where do you trim your fringe, because I need to cut my jeans. So yeah, in our team, we don't really deal with those pretty well, but we try to focus on the good stuff. So, for example, we are really happy when we see students or young people who are reading our news in the metro. Or it happened to me once when I live in the capital of Romania, but I'm from another city in the north of Romania. And the train trip takes almost 10 hours. And one day I met some people that were talking about an article that I wrote, and it was so nice. So I try to think about those and not hate comments.
Yeah, so from the inside, they say that they cry, bad comment, cry, then it's okay. Then another comment, they cry, it's okay. But it's a process. And I would like to also ask you, because we talk a lot about social media and algorithms, and you all cover delicate and important topics. Do you feel that social media algorithms, no matter the platforms, are kinder to your posts? They allow your post to reach more people, or it is restricting? I feel like the space for opening up on social media about delicate issues is shrinking. I feel like my experience, you can contradict me if you want, but from my experience, they are coming after every relevant social topic or political topic. They label it political, they label it social, so it's too much for them and you cannot promote it, and they shrink your reach, which is very problematic. But I would like to hear from you if you feel it's the same or not. So whomever wants to go first can jump in.
Well, for us it's hard, yeah. We, on our project Gen Știri and also Gen Z, that Sorana is coordinating, that covers Eastern and Central European, and we have to deal with a lot of shadow banning, let's say, because we post a lot about politics, and Sorana has to cover the whole region, and it's a mess. So it's hard to reach a lot of audience when you post this kind of stuff, because yeah, Instagram and also TikTok is shrinking, how you said, the political post and what they let you see about this kind of topics.
I think that it happens, but I still think that I wouldn't get this much freedom if I worked in traditional media or something like that. So that's what helps me. I know that Instagram also can be restrictive and all other social media platforms, but I still know that I wouldn't get this much freedom and this much topics and everything if I worked somewhere else.
I would nuance the question for you, Nina. Did you feel that once you started running, the algorithm treated you differently, or it was the same?
No, I didn't. I mean, my social media philosophy that I never blame the algorithm, I blame my content. And if it goes bad, I don't blame the algorithm. It's about, I didn't do it interesting enough. I think, I kind of think that's a better way to think about it. On TikTok, I didn't notice at all. On Instagram, sometimes a bit, I noticed that the video starts growing very fast and then slows down. So that is kind of my first signal. Maybe the algorithm is stopping it a bit. But really, I didn't notice any big changes, to be honest. On TikTok, zero changes. So I was very afraid of that. But no, it didn't happen, to be honest. So that's a good news.
Do you feel any changes, or is it harder for you, Amra?
Well, I could just sign everything that Nina just told. It's always about the content, and every time that we discover new woman who is doing something amazing, numbers are going wild. But it always depends, actually, is your goal to achieve numbers, or do you want to see the real picture on the field? Because sometimes when it's not only about women, when I do some other topics, it can look like it's not so going in a good direction. But for example, when we were doing fundraising on a field, in the 3 hours, we collected more than 20,000 euros. So yeah, depends. What is your goal?
And also, most of you, I think all of you, will reach young people one way or another. And the main message, let's say, is that the young people don't care, they don't blah, 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 blah. What everybody is kind of arguing, that we are doomed, nobody will care anymore, which is completely untrue. But I want to hear from you, how do you feel that they are and what they need from you, as opposed to, and they don't go to mainstream media and they come to your channels, no matter what they are, and look for. Do they need someone to lead them? Do they need someone to take more position, more clearly on stuff? Do they need more emotions? What do you feel from your experience that they need from you? And you deliver, because that's why you are here, because you're doing a brilliant job. And you can jump in in whatever order you want. What do young people need from you?
Well, I will not stay connected with the media that much in trying to answer your question. So extension of everything that we do is a Contemporary Women Festival that we do in Tuzla every year for the last 7 years, and we have around 100 female speakers from all around the world. Actually, DCN lecturers were guests this beginning of June in my hometown. And every year we have around 100 volunteers. And when I talk with other people from other festivals, like film festivals, etc., they always tell me, like, we have such a huge problem with young people. They don't want to engage. They don't want to do anything. But I have to say that you have to raise them in a way, if it's allowed for me to say like that. You have to approach them to realize what they want from that experience, how we can connect together, or what can I give you as a value from this experience that will connect you with us and with our festival for the next year. So now I have a generation of people who are coming back for the 3rd year, and they're amazing. A lot of them, through the festival, connected with the women who wanted to give them a stipend. And they're a very good direction where we want this festival to go, because we made it for the young people, not only women, but also men and whoever wants to be a part of this. And I think we need to listen, young people. I would so much love to say like us, but I'm 30 years now. So you have to listen to them, and also one important thing, you have to give them respect. I think the generations like boomers, they still think that if you have volunteers or young people engaging in your activities, they are just like there to move the chairs. But no, listen to them and try to focus a little bit more on what are their goals, and you will have such an amazing power from them and knowledge that you can also learn from young people.
Thank you. What are the lessons?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this is like a €1 million question. Everyone thinks that. I will use this example of politics because this is quite close to me. I always think that the main issue is everyone always wants to include, oh, young people don't vote. How do we make them go out and vote and be included? And it's always a very old generations trying to include young people. And I think that's a wrong approach. I think young people should do that stuff by ourselves and kind of include ourselves. I think that's the best way to do it. So if you want young people going to elections, then include them in politics so they can maybe have a choice to see someone of their generation. And I think we can replicate this similar case to all other social issues and social movements, because I see that there is a very big difference between young generations and older. Even I feel old compared to like 17-year-olds now. And I am 100% sure that our parents' generations don't know what we want. They just don't know us that good anymore. So I believe that the change should come from us, but we just need someone to include us in this process.
Thank you.
I agree with both of them, and I noticed that most of the women who are following me are students, and they're usually very passionate and they know so much. They're really smart. But like now, if you're listening to how they talk about youth in public sphere, you would think, oh, they are not doing anything, they don't know anything. But I think that's just a myth. Maybe this is my bubble, but when I meet them, most of the time they're students and they're really, really passionate. So yeah.
Thank you.
Well, I think we proved wrong with both our projects, the media project and the civic stuff we did, that young people they are interested in politics and social issues, because on Genștiri the most reached topics and commented and arguable ones are the ones about politics, social issues and education. So that's what young people care about. And also with we did the caravan around the country, and they came like voluntarily, to 30, 40 people young people in each city to meet with us, just because they wanted to talk with us and just like learn new stuff. We didn't take them from schools or anything. So yeah, I think how the girl said that it shouldn't be one-sided, just like older, boring people that want to talk with young people.
As Denisa said, I think Gençtir really proved that young people are interested in politics and social issues. And I think what really helps them in our case is to give them as much context as possible, and also to not to talk with them from above. So we address them. For example, if there is a new bill in Romania, we talk about the things that affects them. So not in general, we address them. So look, if you're a student and blah blah blah, you cannot, I don't know, from next year you cannot see an ad in school about smoking. So that really helps.
I think you've said everything. Actually, I completely agree with everything. Just one more thing I was thinking about, make it fun and make it simple. And also the thing I said in the beginning, take it offline. And I completely agree with Denisa, because I think, as I said before, we have a huge following on Facebook, but TikTok, not ours. Like, we're trying, but it could be better. And I think offline and around cities and around villages, like a lot of young people come and really want to be active. They think those topics are really important, and especially with the abortion campaign now. And also I think make it fun, because I think you can also like chat and hang out and talk about really important topics, about politics, about legislative changes, over, I don't know, eating burek, for example. We had like an event like that for the free and accessible abortion. Now we had an event with a nail artist, and she put like stickers of our symbols on their nails. And it was super, super fun, because you can do anything and chat about really important stuff while you're doing it. And I think it's about like hanging out and actually connecting with another person. That's what it's all about, I guess.
So on this note, I would like to ask you about one happy memory from your work, let's say. Like one example, I don't know, a story of a person who came out to you and said something or did something. Take your time to think. My proudest moments are, before I pass it on to you, when some students I used to meet in caravans or in trainings or in workshops come to me and said, I wanted to go to become an engineer, but now I'm becoming something else. And I'm like, yes. Sorry for the engineering section, but yeah. You want to say?
Well, there is a lot of good things that I can remember right now. Of course, there are situations where women connect with each other and do businesses together, or when young women that were in theater during the sessions of our festival later got stipends for Scotland University of I don't know what, but still very amazing. But the most important thing for me, and that's my motivation for everything that I do, those volunteers that I mentioned. So every year when it's festival, on the last day I tell them, like, when this is over, I will sit and I will cry, because I will be happy this is over. And one boy actually told me, yeah, but I will cry just because it's finished. So I think it's super cool. It's super important for me that everything that we do, we are not doing only for women. We are including everyone, and we are raising one new generation, at least in my hometown, of 100 people who will think for at least a little bit different.
Thank you. Okay, good memories.
Yeah, I don't know. I have so many negative experiences, and then something magical happens.
That's
and
why
I'm like,
I'm forcing you to think about something positive.
And I'm like, oh wow, I think it's similar like having a kid that you hate it most of the time, and then once a day something cute happens, you're like, oh, this is worth it. I don't have a kid, but that's what I've heard. It's like, yeah, I don't know. So when we were running for the campaign, because we're not a political party, we had to gather 5,000 signatures, and then we did it in bars because we could not afford to have like stands all over the country. And I had a group of like almost the entire class of high school students. They're just finishing high school, so it's their first round of elections, the first time they're into the process. And they all came to help me like gather the signatures. They all signed and they took the papers to bring to their colleagues to do the same. So I was like, this is, it was super cool to get like young people motivated, and I'm like, this is their first touch with the political process, so it was very, very cool to see that.
Very nice, thank you.
For me, it's some random things that I wouldn't expect. For example, a few days ago, I was on a plane from Greece to Belgrade, and the plane was late, and I was like getting irritated and everything. And I saw a guy in front of me like listing like Instagram stories, and I saw he was following me, he was watching my stories, and he was even reading them, because I was like, that was one of those stories where I was like, no one's going to read this, because it was like about unpopular topic about women in war and everything. And then he was like reading it, and I was like, oh my God, how is this happening?
Did you go to him?
I think how Alexandra said, we had a lot of moments where we go around around Bucharest to take interviews with random young people on the streets, and they recognize us. So it's really nice to feel that. But for me also, now on the election day, it was my first time voting too. And for I'm volunteering and working on Diana's NGO for the past 5 years. So we worked for this election for the past 4 years, and especially the last 3 with the media project, and the last year around the country. And I just cried like from happiness in my car to the office after I finished voting, because I finally did it, and I got this cute bracelet on that day to remind me of my first election days in Romania.
Okay, I mentioned the metro and train. I remembered another one. So there is a high school in Bucharest that invited us. They launched the high school magazine, and they were telling me that we really give them hope, and they try to do the same, and it was really cute to hear that.
Okay, I had all this time. I still don't know, but I think it's really nice that I don't know, because there's so many. Maybe one is we recently did a campaign to stop the industry polluting Socha Valley, which is a very beautiful valley. And this industry has been polluting the valley since, I don't know, 30 years. And people have been dying and gotten sick and whatever. And it was pretty bad, and we did a legislative change to kind of stop that a little bit. And the most beautiful thing was that it's a rural area, and most of the people are kind of right-wing, if not a lot. But for this fight, for the nature and for the health of people, we basically connected with them. We had a whole group of activists there, and they actually don't like our other campaigns, and they don't support us, I guess. But in this, we stood together and we made something happen. And the really nice moment was when we won, basically, and came to the city, to their city. They welcomed us, and we were drinking champagne and talking and chatting. And I just realized it's about the cause, it's about the content, and it's not about all of the stupid little fights or whatever left and right. It's about what we want to do together and what we can do together, and it was beautiful.
Thank you, and I would like to have like one very quick round of answers from you. 6 advices. We will gather all together, each from each one of you one advice, to someone who starts today to communicate online. You have an activist who neglected social media until now. Then they want to start TikTok or Instagram. One advice, it doesn't have to be very technical. It can only be about how to manage yourself and how to make yourself continue every day to post or to communicate with the people. So just one advice, as basic as you can. Someone starts today to campaign or to promote itself or herself online. What advice do you give? You can start if you want.
Okay, yes, so I won't have time to think that much. That's good. I think don't be afraid, and you know more than you think you know, and maybe just kind of speak from your own experiences, because they're very, very valid and people can relate to that.
Thank you.
Okay. Be true to yourself. I think that's it.
Thank you. Denisa.
To find your rhythm and stick to it. even if you don't do your best, it's better to show up than not do nothing at all.
I would maybe say just do it like Nike.
Like, don't do it. Probably be provocative.
Well, definitely approach the media, even though you think that you don't have a budget and you need a budget to promote something that you are doing. Actually, we are right now in an era of mostly media who are craving for stories that you are producing with the things that you do, and don't be frustrated with the baby steps. They are the most important part of the way, and in this fast you will like go back and see, oh, 5 years, oh, that was fast. So don't be frustrated with the baby steps.
And on this positive note, I would like to thank you so much for your time and for sharing your experiences and your thoughts and emotions on this. And keep doing what you do. And yeah, don't give up. Thank you so much.
From years ago, and I'm very happy from her working at Balkan's Investigative Network. It is Maria. We have been cooperating for years, and I'm really happy that I saw her from this role. She will actually introduce you to the very important work of Balkan Investigative Network in the area, and actually she will build upon the tools that are being used for that can be introduced and adapted from you in order to open source data. Maria, thank you very much for being with us.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. It's a real honor to be here among DCN Network. Again, I have been in TISAM in 2022 and have been working closely with the DCN team on one really important and really interesting project in 2022. Today here, I'm in the capacity of project manager from Balkan Investigative Regional Reporting Network. I would just kindly ask the colleagues to put the presentation. Okay, thank you. Okay. So basically, Balkan Investigative Regional Reporting Network is a network of organizations widespread across Western Balkan countries and Romania. We are working specifically on strengthening the capacities of media outlets, including mainstream and traditional media, but also media organizations that are working on different projects and different activities. We have 6 network members in Western Balkan countries, one per each of them. They all have separate media outlets. One of them have televisions and fact-checking organizations, also TV stations, and some of them have only web portals. Our regional flagship newsletter is or media outlet is Balkan Insight, that is covering the things and the activities and investigations covering Balkan region, but also Southeast Europe, because we have editorial widespread in Greece, in Croatia, in Turkey, Moldova, also Romania and other countries across Europe. Our main aim is to cover what is important for the audience in Balkan region, while at the same time sharing our experiences to the media outlets in cases where needed. In 2022, we identified the need of making the audience closer to the media outlets. I heard the panelists and their experiences from before, because before working in BIRN, I was also working in different NGOs, and I know how important is the CSOs to work closely with the media outlet. So combining all in one, we decided that we will develop a digital tool that will be a bridge between the civil society organizations, the citizens, and the media outlets. By media outlets, I mean all media outlets, mainstream media, public broadcasters, and also all different types of TV stations, radio, newsletter, and investigative portals. So our tool is connected. This is not working. Okay. So our tool is basically connected with the citizens audience engagement methodology. That means that we are bringing the audience closer to the media. In that process, the audience is the one who are asking the media outlets to produce content that is important for them. For example, in most of the cases, we have CSOs that are working on specifically local-oriented topics that are reported to the media outlets, and based on those reportings and that information and data, the media outlets are producing investigations, stories, podcasts, articles, and different types of content. In most cases, we have many investigations happening based on these tools, and the information and data developed through it. Thank you a lot. So, as I mentioned, audience-engaged journalism responds to the community needs, and it's created with community participation. By community, we mean the CSOs and also the citizens who are the final readers and the final beneficiaries of all our work. With audience-engaged journalism, we intend to close the gap between the journalists and the audience. So it's twofold too. We are giving more audience to the media outlets, but while at the same time boosting and advocating for solving local issues, the ones that will not be seen in most cases in the public broadcasters or in the mainstream media, especially in the Western Balkan. We know the content, we know that sometimes only corruption and only politics can be found in the mainstream media, but with this tool we are specifically opening a room for social topics, for topics that are same as the topics covered by the CSOs, and for topics that are really important for the citizens. We also want to build stronger bonds with the communities, and as a final goal to restore the trust in the media sector, especially in Southeast Europe. Based on this, all these wishes that we had, we developed the ECR tool. ECR is acronym for Engaged Citizens Reporting. It is a digital tool that is designed, again, to bridge the gap between media outlets and community. And it is used by media outlets such as radio, TV, televisions, websites, public broadcasters, and many other media outlets in all Southeast Europe. Later, I will share you some specific examples of how specific media outlets are using it. The main tools and the main functionalities that this tool has is creation of questionnaire forms, but not questionnaire forms that can be developed through Google Form, but it goes a step forward and allow the possibility to the citizens to submit videos, photos, documents, statements, and everything, while at the same time being anonymous. And in cases where they would like to be heard and their statements, they would like to see their statements in the media outlet, they can share their names. ECR also allows the media outlets to read results and do analysis of those results, and also to download results in open format so that it can be easier for further distribution and also further analysis. As I mentioned, we have quite a various and variety of things that this tool can collect. And that means that we can collect testimonials, audio, video, documents, photo, data, files, and contacts. The most important thing for this tool is that it serves both media and citizens. It helps media outlets ask their audience about topics of interest, while at the same time allowing citizens to report any issues or areas. So this is specific tool. If one media would like to investigate a topic with the environment or pollution in one specific municipality in Bosnia, Croatia, Turkey, North Macedonia, that media can open a questionnaire or a call out, as we are calling it, specifically asking information and data from the citizens or the CSOs working in that municipality to apply and share some of the information and data what's happening on field. So we have a kind of combination from the citizens journalists and also data and analysis that can help further investigation. The questionnaires are featured in different articles using the embedded link. And what is really important is that access to the ECR is facilitated by us. And together with the usage of the ECR, we are also providing a package of editorial and mentoring support by BIRN editors mentors. So because we really want this to be used as its maximum, and we want the tool to be used really for important topics that will be will collect data and information for investigations. And because of that, we are providing editorial and mentorship support for all media outlets who are using this tool, while at the same time continuously providing a capacity building. Because we found out that even though you will have the perfect questionnaire submitted by media outlets, the citizen will provide many data, many information, many videos, many statements. Media outlets will need a capacity to analyze those data, while at the same time present those data and visualize everything that they have received so that it can be closer to the audience. Due to that, we are providing a whole package to the media outlet. So access to this tool, to the ECR tool, capacity building in terms of mentoring and editorial support to those who are using it, and also a follow-up, some kind of making a whole circle of how they can use this digital tool so that it can be closer to the citizen, while at the same time solving social topics. And it's really important that both the media and the citizens understand that this is not a simple questionnaire. This is no yes and no answer. This is not a questionnaire standing in the media outlet's website asking what do you want to read on our website. It's kind of a really tool for advocacy. It's kind of a tool that can be used for further investigations, for making changes. And because of that, we are always telling the media outlets that the data and the information that they will collect is the baseline. This is not that after they will collect that their work is done. Based on the things that they have been collecting, they should do their journalistic work and should analyze data, produce content, follow up, see how the changes are happening, get back to the citizens that apply to those call-outs, and ask information and data also from the public authorities in cases they are included in the topic. A really important thing is the security information, because we are receiving it as a question on a daily basis. So we have the highest possible security applied for this case. So we have end-to-end encryption. Even though we are the one that that are managing the tool, the all media outlets that are using, now we have around 100 in all Southeast Europe. They all have their profiles, and the data and information that they are receiving based on the call-outs that they are publishing are their ownership, and they are the one who are owning those data. We are just here to provide the additional security, and in cases where there is a need for additional functionalities, to find a donor to provide those functionalities for them. Also, tool guarantees anonymity, especially for the persons who are filling the questionnaires, and it doesn't require respondents to leave their personal data without their consent. So it's a kind of a whole package. Some numbers. We have many media outlets using it. As I mentioned, more than 100 in Southeast Europe. We started mostly with Western Balkan countries and mostly with local and smaller media that started using it in 2022. And after that, we kind of widespread that network based on the good practices and good example. And also we have many from Visegrad countries. This number is regularly updated, so we have more than 2. We have new one who started producing content with the ECR, and also we have many new one from Western Balkan countries. As I mentioned, for us it's really important that when the media outlets will start using this tool, they will be equipped with digital skills and with skills for using the tool to the maximum. Because of that, we are providing capacity building of how they can use the ECR, how they can use it specifically for social topics, and specifically when working with CSOs and with their audience. While at the same time, we are providing them editorial and mentoring support. So now we have a whole community of media outlets who are using this tool. And as I mentioned, most of them are from Western Balkan countries. For example, in last month, we have 20 new media outlets who started using. Among them, for the first time, we have the public broadcasters from North Macedonia, Montenegro, and Albania who started using this tool. And it's really interesting to see the combination of media outlets, because we have mainstream media outlets like VST, Dan, who are using it, like Radio Sarajevo in Bosnia and Herzegovina, while on the other side we have small media outlets, for example from Romano Avazi from Kosovo, who are specifically oriented only on reporting for disadvantaged groups. And you can see the impact that all of them have while using it, and it's really important because impact and results are with the same amount and same intensity in the both sides. Also, we are using the ECR tool as Balkan Insight, and all BIRN media outlets are using the ECR tool in cases when we have stories that will be applicable for using this tool. And I must say that this tool is available in all Western Balkan countries' languages, which makes it even closer to the community, because not all journalists in our region are speaking English. So it was really important for us to translate all functionalities of the tool in Western Balkan countries' languages, and also we have it in English. Do you have questions for this tool? Do you envision how it looks like? Because it's really simple, like a website. When you go there, I cannot open it due to the data privacy issue, but it's really easy to function because it's really like a website, like a WordPress website, and it gives you 1,000 of options to ask many questions, to collect many files and many information. But do you have any questions? Have you heard some of the stories produced with the ECR tool? Do we have someone from Bosnia here? Have you heard about the story produced by Focus Ba, the investigative stories that broke the stereotypes of the usage of the COVID medicine, and that leads to sentence ministries, and that was the story produced with the ECR tool. That was the story that collected statements and proofs with which Focus Ba managed to solve this really important issue and leave the heritage of how the media can be corrector to the transparency and corrector to the institutions. And that's one example. Last year we had example in Montenegro where a girl, by using the ECR tool, dedicated that the hospitalities in Montenegro were violating the rules by the World Medicine Organization when giving birth and laboring, especially to the younger girls. And there were thousands of statements by girls and women shared through the ECR tool, and they were contacted, and based on that, an amazing investigative story came out, published in Viesti and in CIN Crna Gora, that we won the EU award for investigative journalism in Montenegro. Some of the other things is in North Macedonia we have 20 news media articles that, while we are talking, are using it. So they have open call-outs and open questionnaires that are collecting feedback from citizens. But one of the most successful examples from the last period is the one from Sakam da Kažem. It is a small media outlet, website, with 10 journalists. And they called the citizen through the ECR tool to send them unsolved court cases that were pending in the courts in the last couple of years, like 2 to 5 years. They collected millions of documents, and even the institutions and the Ministry of Justice approached them and requested them to send all the documents that were submitted by the citizens. So it's kind of a corrector, and it's kind of check and balances and additional support to the citizens, while at the same time providing and boosting solutions to the institutions. And also the Judicial Council in North Macedonia reacted, and they opened cases for all these unsolved cases. So they are kind of breaking the stereotypes. Yes, please, feel free. Yes. Do you need? Thank you for the question. Yeah, we are talking about huge amount of data. And basically, we have 2 to 3 journalists, at least, from each editorial having access to this tool. So usually they are the journalists working specifically on the topic. In cases where they have data analysis, in cases where they have mostly fact checkers working on this, and also editorial. It is really important because we are really strict with editorial policies as BIRN, and we are strictly sharing and asking from our partners to have the same practices. So in most cases, we are not allowing only one person to have that access to this, because it's not the point of only one, because it's the point of different persons to have access to see the whole picture. But again, usually they are the ones who are employed or with the longer contracts in the media outlets, because we know that the stuff can be changed. And regularly, on an annual level, we are providing capacity building to the media outlets, because we have, for example, last year in Albania, there were 3 to 5 media outlets that changed their stuff. And they approached to us specifically by asking us, can we please have another round of trainings for ECR, because we have new stuff. And but at the end, the point is to allow access to the most appropriate people in the team, and to specifically embed this practice of using the tool in the editorial, because it's not a one-time shot. You cannot, if you have only one story with this, you will not reach the final result, and you will not reach the importance of advocacy. It's having at least 2 and following up the story and following up the case from the data that you will receive, because today the data will be seen from one corner, the next day it will be seen from the other corner. And because of that, it's the whole package that, that we are offering. It's up to them. Usually, at least a month is needed for the call out or the question or whatever you decide to call it to be open to collect appropriate amount of answers. Usually, in the smaller media, we are having answers from the smallest number of answers were like 200. Yeah. And in most cases, we have even more than thousands. In the cases of Sakam da Kažem, there were more than 1,000. Last year, they have 7,000 for the public transport in the city of Skopje. So it's kind of, it depends from the topic, from the editorial, and we identify that in cases where the editorial strategically use this tool, the results are on the highest level. Because when you know for which topic you're using, when the topic is specific, local oriented, when you're cooperating with CSOs on field, that means that you will reach the highest level of results. For example, last week we had a situation with, I don't know, I think that we have participants from Albania. Maybe you know Monitor. Monitor is a news is a media article specifically focused on business and economic topics. And they had an open call that was promoted and developed together with the CSOs. And they were targeting women entrepreneurship, trying to identify their successes and their challenges in terms of legal aspects. And they started first without the CSOs, and they didn't promote the call in the best possible way. When they postponed the call and included the CSOs in the development of the call out and the questionnaire, the reach was incredible. And they were even surprised by that. Because of that, we are telling the media outlets that they must cooperate together with the CSOs. They must cooperate with their final beneficiaries. Because, you know, when we are working on projects, we are focusing our activities on the beneficiaries, and that's the same thing that the media outlets should do. The example of focus I mentioned, Rom Tegra Kosovo, they're a small TV station in Kosovo, and with their articles and the information and data gathered through ECR, they managed to push and advocate for the Roma language to be official in the municipality of Prizren, because there were many Roma people living there, and their language was not official, and they were not speaking other languages. So based on one call out that they received, they published in-depth analysis, they published TV article, and they do work together with the CSOs so that they can lobby and advocacy. So it's kind of a combination of working together with the CSOs and the final beneficiaries. Some other examples. I mean, some of the cases and some of the articles produced through the usage of the ECR were receiving highest prices in terms of prices from the Association of Journalists or from the other international donors. But still, it's really important that this topic allows the media outlets to cover different topics, such as health topics, gender-based violence, such as the case in Kosovo 2.0, the case from the student radio in Shtip, North Macedonia, where they found out which professors and which students were treated differently because they were students, and they collected statements specifically from the student, and they published those together jointly with the students, and that raised a whole network and a whole campaign for the students' rights. These are some of the international-wise examples, because as I mentioned, we are providing this ECR tool to the specifically to the media outlets covering specifically national or local topics, but we are also using it while working on regional topics. That means that analyzing some topic in all Western Balkan countries, or there are cases when we are doing it for all Southeast Europe. So we have analysis made about the children and youth safety on TikTok, domestic violence in Kosovo that was also copied in other countries. We have analyzed the situation with alimony in the Balkans through this tool, and also we have the situation with childbirth and labor issues in the Western Balkan countries analyzed through this situation. It is really important and really good to see the whole community of ECR users, because when one of them will develop a call out or a questionnaire, whatever they decide to call it, the other can also share it, because they are seeing themselves as a partner in a citizens' audience engagement practice. And like they are sharing it so that there can be more citizens who will reply. We had a situation where we are reaching, in which we wanted to reach the citizens that are not familiar with using digital tools, because the ECR questionnaire can be answered via laptop, via computer, but also via through mobile phone. But we have beneficiaries who don't have access to digital tools. And in those cases, together with the CSOs, we were going on a field in their houses, in their communities, asking them the questions that are listed in the call out and asking them to answer one by one. So at the end of the day, the willingness, the final result that you want to reach is the most important thing, and the most important thing is when you do it together with the partners that can support you in that. Only by doing that together in partnership with different stakeholders, the result will be reached. That's the conclusions, the conclusion of all this. So again, some few conclusions. So when we have the ECR tool applied to local and specifically pointed out topics, its impact is greater. I must say that citizens from all ages are responding to the call-outs. So we have citizens also that are elderly responding it. So the most important thing here is the topic. If the topic is in their target, in their focus, they will respond. And if the questions are specifically targeted to them, they will respond. Promotion is crucial. We are also using and supporting the media outlets with whom we are working to do different types of promotion for the articles and for the call-outs, because it's not only enough if you put the questionnaire on your website. It should be put on social media. It should be promoted regularly through other tools and methods. Right now we have media outlets who started cooperating with influencers so that they can promote the call out, and also working together with the CSOs is a formula for success in most of the cases. I must say that there are challenges. There are situations where the journalists are not open to use this call out, and there are cases where the citizens are not open to share information and data. And we are trying to mitigate this. I mean, it's not that it's always roses and chocolates. There are many successful examples, but there are challenges. And in most cases, those challenges are related to the thing that you must do partnership, and you must work together, and you must continuously build the capacities of all people and all stakeholders involved in this circle, in the circle of production of content. And now I would like to hear back from you. What do you think about it? I mean, I'm sorry I cannot show you the tool specifically because it's really, I don't have access to the tool from the moment when we will open a profile to the media outlets because it's their responsibility, it's their ownership. We are just providing support in cases where needed, and in most situations we are boosting their capacities and providing editorial and mentoring support to them, just for the sake of how they can develop the call out and how they can get the most out of it, not on how they will analyze the data, not on how and what they will put into their articles. Have you heard previously about citizens' engagement journalism? No? Have you heard about different tools? Because there are many different tools like ECR circling around on European level. Is similar like this that can be used in different contexts, because this is the one specifically developed for the Southeast Europe, but there are others existing in other areas. Have you heard about them? Good, only one, yes. If you were approached by certain media outlet to promote the call out and to promote the process of collection of data and information, will you be available to do that? Will you be happy to do that? Okay, so we have media outlets in 6 Western Balkan countries currently working. I can connect you with one of them. I can share with you the details. So I will be really happy if I see that some of you is promoting their call-outs, their content, because it's really important to reach to the final audience by working together, especially on local topics, because we know that most of the mainstream media are not targeting local topics and are not open to such cooperation. And I must say that despite the ECR community being a community by the media who are using the ECR tool, the usage of the ECR broke the stereotypes of the mainstream media working together with the local media. We had cases where by working together they developed joint story, they developed cross-border regional story. For example, we had the case in Albania and North Macedonia that mapped the landfills by the information received from citizens through the ECR tool. Together, Koha from North Macedonia and one media from Albania went on field, checked the results that they received by the citizens through the ECR tool, and they developed a map that was part of the article on which they did investigations. And it's really, really important to fact-check all the information that are received. And because of that, we are not giving access only to one journalist in the editorials, but we are providing a full package of giving the access to a bigger number of journalists and the editor within the organization or the media outlet. Mm-hmm. Yes, yeah. Preparatory work. The most important thing is the preparatory work. When you're developing the call out, the questionnaire, that's the most important thing. So we are doing the paperwork in advance before doing that. We are going on field, working with the CSOs again, and seeing what's happening specifically there and how we can develop the questions. It's like when you're going to do an interview, you need to prepare your work and to know which questions you want to answer. But this is a bigger amount of audience, and because of that, you need to have questions that are perfect formula for doing that. And because of that, we are doing a lot of preparatory work in order to prepare the questions in advance. And we are, to be honest, we're not always focusing on one family. We cannot focus, but in bigger amount of citizens. And because of that, the most important thing is knowing how to interview the data that you will receive, and to know what you want to receive in terms of information and data. Because of that, the capacity building and the usage of DCR is the most important thing here. It's the ground level with which we are starting when working with the media outlets who are using DCR tool. They specifically are training, they are receiving training how to develop questionnaires in DCR tool, because it's really important. It's not the same thing when interviewing people, when asking wider audience, and when doing it through the DCR tool. Yeah. For example, we have one media outlet, Lice Vlice from North Macedonia. It's kind of socially responsible media outlets employing vulnerable groups to sell that product, and they are receiving funds from selling that newspaper. And now they have open call out for what's the benefit of living in rural areas. And they spent like 3 months of developing that questionnaire so that it can be close to the rural community. And now, after they publish the call-out, they will go in certain rural areas in North Macedonia, speaking directly with the communities and together answering the questionnaire together with them. Yes. 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 Amphora, it is a new media outlet from Albania, covering topics around LGBTQI stories. They were regularly doing that from the beginning. So the editor mentor from Birn, Albania was working with them, and they, from the beginning, started including different experts when they were developing the call-out, so that it can be specifically focused on the target groups. And based on that, they discovered discrimination cases, in cases where the taxi driver did not want to communicate with person that told them that the taxi driver think that it is LGBTQI person. And because of that, the Commission for Fighting Against Discrimination in Albania wrote a statement about that, specifically based on that article. So it's really a hard work, it's preparatory work, but it's specifically focused on advocating on specific things and topics and problems that should be covered. And because of that, it's really powerful, while at the same time, it is really long-term usage. You must go back and check what's happening in this year too, if you want to know what you will write in your article. So if you're using this year tool, that means that your article, you will not have one article for 1 month, but you will have 1 month for collecting of data, maybe 2 weeks for analyzing those data if you are happy with that, and then you will have a period for writing the story. But again, the effect and the result will be higher and will be stick to the point that you have wanted in most cases. Thank you. So I can share with you via WhatsApp, in the WhatsApp group, the list of media outlets with whom we are working. You can check based on your countries in which you are living. I just wanted to share with you 2 more opportunities. I heard that some of you are podcasters or are working or have your own media outlets, so please check our website. We have an open call for flexi grants for content producers from Western Balkans through one of our projects. We are giving from 4,000 until 10,000 pounds for content production, specifically oriented into social and vulnerable groups. And euros, it's kind of, it's a UK-funded project, so yeah, GBP. And also, soon we will have a new project, Media Innovation Europe, that will give also grants for usage of the ECR and for content production through the usage of ECR. So please check them, and we will be happy to cooperate with you on another level. Thank you a lot.
Okay, thank you very much, Maria, for the presentation and actually sharing opportunities that exist among our network. This is actually what we were referring before, mentioning that this event aims actually to connect various initiatives that exist in the area or other potentials that will be at the benefit of our network. So don't hesitate actually, and this is the meaning of this event, to bring all of us in contact in order to see what we will do together in the day after. Having said that, I would like, we finished our today's meeting. At 7 o'clock there's going to be a dinner, actually